Hello, hello. Hello and welcome to another Fantasy Haven live stream. Did anything big drop recently? Did I miss any big, momentous YouTube events? Alright, that's it. Every Frey Explained. Finally dropped Every Frey Explained. I've been promising that video for a year. For over a year, actually. I wrote the script. So after I did House Frey, and then with Queen of GM last year, and fell in love with the house, right? I was already in love with it, but even more. The more you dive into the lore, the more in love you become with it. And then I made the Red Wedding video, and then afterwards I was like, oh, how about I do a video where I break down every single member of House Frey, 100 and whatever, 157, right? And so I wrote up the script. It was like 25 pages back in the day. And back then I was like, okay, I'm literally working like paycheck to paycheck. Every single video, I need to have weekly / fortnightly videos. I cannot spend loads of time on one massive video, so I put it to the back burner. And after Hot D and after all the success of my channel, I was like, you know what? I actually have time to work on that video now. So I went for it. I went rifling through my old Google Docs. I found my old script, and I edited it, modified it. There are some things I should have added, like I think I should have clarified the situation regarding the Rosby Freys and the ward situation at Rosby. The fact that there's no, who's going to succeed, the Rosby castle, etc. I'll deal with that in a later live stream. And likewise, there's some mistakes I made, right? Like I confused Willis and Wendell Manderley. One dies at the Red Wedding, one is still alive, and his granddaughters are getting betrothed to Freys. I went Willis and Wendell, Wendell. I got them mixed up. And there were a few other mistakes. You need some mistakes in your videos so that you get all the actuallys in the comments, all the people diving into the comments. You got it wrong. And then I'm like, damn it! I spent so long in this video and I got it wrong. But then it boosts it in the algorithm, right, when people comment. Anyway. How are we all doing? Straight off the bat, I'm rambling. Okay, so anyway, Every Frey came out. It was lots of fun to make. It didn't take that long, actually. It didn't take that long. I thought it would take longer. I took like a week or so of a break to do my cooking video. Check that out if you haven't, by the way. Lots of fun. But yeah, in terms of the animating, I was working like a madman. In fact, I wanted it out last Friday, right, when I did release it. But the Thursday before, the day before, I had a fever. And I had no cowbell to save me. I was like, oh no. So I had the flu and a fever kicked in late Thursday. I was like, I'll sleep it off. A weird fever dream. Then the next morning I was like, oh no, I'm shivering. I'm coughing. I'm feeling hot and cold at the same time. It was horrible. And I was like, I might just take the weekend off. And I said that to my patrons on my Discord. I was like, I might take the weekend off. And they were all like, no. Give us the fucking video. You've been promising this for so long. I was like, fine, the video's coming out. And so I worked through the goddamn fever for you guys, and Every Frey is out, and it's doing 1 of 10 in terms of most views within that amount of time. Like in terms of it's been out for like around 3 days basically, and in terms of how many views it's got in that amount of time, it's number 1. 40k views already. Hopefully it will keep climbing. Sometimes my videos reach like 40 to 50k and there's like what feels like a sudden artificial cap and it just stops growing. I'm like, what the hell? Hopefully this one just keeps growing, keeps going. Yeah, I loved it. I loved making it and I loved the response to it, and it's led us on to something new, which is Frey Mania. We are having a Frey week this week. This live stream I'm going to be ranking every single Frey. That's right, even the ones descended from the female lines where they have different names like Brax or Hay or whatever, and then I'll be doing a Frey theory iceberg maybe tomorrow where we can properly work out what's going to happen to House Frey in the winter, and of course maybe later on in the week even further I'll do Smash or Pass with Every Frey because I've lost my sanity and this live stream's not going to help. Okay, so before we dive into ranking all of the Freys, then you may have noticed there's a screenshot in the way. What's going on here? So George, I will briefly want to talk about this. George did a blog post about visiting Oxford. I went to the Oxford talk with a couple of my patrons. And he says, after the questions, we moved to the side of the room to sign books. Group of fans and readers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, lots of fun. And then he has a picture on his Notter blog of him signing a book. That is me. That's a picture of me. And that's my Game of Thrones book that he's signing, and that is his assistant fanning him because it was stiflingly hot. That is hilarious to me. I went onto X and I saw that I had like 20 notifications out of nowhere, and I was like, what the hell? I haven't posted anything recently. And it was just people going crazy. I was like, wait, what? And the funny part is that this isn't like an official photo. There was like an official photographer on the side taking photos of like everyone who was having their book signed, and then we all got emailed it if we'd bought a ticket. This wasn't an official photo. This was a picture my friend Cal took from behind of me, right? Because I didn't realise there was going to be an official photographer, so I was like, can you take one? Which I uploaded on Twitter. So they didn't get an official one from Oxford. That they either went on my Twitter account or George Armand just typed in George Armand Oxford onto Google, and like my picture was one of many. But just seeing that picture, it's my blue socks and my calves and my shorts are now immortal. They have been immortalized on Notablog. Hell yeah. When I'm a famous fantasy author, that's the picture. This will be like, this is me on George Armand's blog post. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's actually a Fantasy Haven shirt. It's a shame I'm not like turning around dramatically pointing to it like, buy my merch. Yeah, I talked about meeting him on a previous live stream. I was at the end of the queue, so he was super tired and super hot. And by the time I got up to him, he looked like he was done. And he was just like talking to his assistant, and like I was like, I wanted to say something to him, but he was just like talking and to her, and he gave the book back super fast. The next thing I knew, I was walking away, and I was like, ah, shit, I didn't get a good discussion. And then of course, my Polish friend immediately goes up to him after me and says, hi, my favourite character is Hyle Hunt. And I'm like, how did you get a conversation with George and I didn't? God damn it. You literally trolled. Anyway. Who said someone in the chat said the blue socks are cringe. They are not cringe. How dare you? How dare you? Did you ask him who Theo Frey is? Oh my god, yeah. Oh, I don't think anyone has asked him about Theo Frey. I imagine if I walked up and was like, you know what, his blog post right here, he talks about people giving him letters. And I didn't think about that. I thought there would be a genuine chance to be like, hey, what's up? But we were all really rushed. So I should have written a letter that was just like, a letter is just one question. Who is Theo Frey? Don't forget Theo Frey. Aegon Bloodborne. Do something with him in Winter. Anyway. Enough nonsense. Let's go with the Frey tier list. Let's go. There's someone in the chat. Is that Haven? Yes. Look at George's Notablog. That's me. That's me. That's Lord Manlet himself. Okay. That's enough waffling. A lot of my live streams are too much waffling. I'm just rambling at the very start. I get excited. Shall we officially begin, people? Milk emojis in the chat, apparently. I don't know why, but let's begin. So, we are going in order of Frey. We're doing the men and the women, regardless of surname. Here are the tiers. At the very bottom, we have a weasel, right? Because Catelyn says that Walder Frey reminds her of a weasel. A touch of vulture, but mostly a weasel. So these are the scumbags. These are the worst of the worst. Nasty, grotesque, backstabbing, treacherous, murderous. The weasels are the worst of the worst, right? Just because a Frey is a little bit cringe, that doesn't make them a weasel. Weasel is like bottom tier. Then we have Freylia. So these are just the Freylias. They're lame. They're pathetic. They're not like disgusting, but they suck, right? Average Frey. So average Frey is essentially that's the tier for like we don't really know enough about them. Because there's a bunch of kids where they just, this is Robert Frey, and it's like, you don't know anything about him, and it's like, I guess he's just the average Frey. Next up, we have the wholesome Freys. Now, there are some nice Freys out there. There are some wholesome Freys. If people like Alessander and Oliver Frey and so on. Now, wholesome and S tier are not the same. S tier is reserved for the greatest, most based of Freys. Wholesome is just, this is a good guy. This is a good person. For example, Severon Frey is wholesome, right? But he's not S tier. S tier is like, you know what I'm saying? And let me, of course, as we go through this, this ranking. I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. So throw in your suggestions. If you think a character is S, wholesome, average, failure, or weasel, let me know. If you disagree with me, let me know. I'll try and leave the live chat replay on for people who aren't watching this live. And of course, if you want to support the channel, feel free to send in some super chats. This is my job. I quit my job to do this. So super chats, it's not just a nice gesture, it like genuinely helps towards me paying my bills and being able to continue doing Fantasy Haven. So I appreciate it a lot. And if you go in the description, you can do a Streamlabs donation. So that's essentially, you click on the link, you donate something, 100% of what you donate comes to me, versus super chats like YouTube takes a cut. So what I'll do is I'll be answering super chats as they come, and then at the very end of the stream, I'll be answering any Streamlabs donations, just so that things can move smoothly. And in fact, we already have a couple of super chats. So I'll read these off, and then we'll get going with the ranking. So first off, thank you for the super chat from Royal, from Qatar apparently. That's Qatari currency. Go ahead and subvert my expectations with your list. You know, maybe I will. I haven't planned ahead. I haven't got like he's going here, he's going there. I genuinely want to like experience it with you guys. So maybe I will subvert your expectations. Maybe I'm gonna go crazy, or maybe I'll be really boring. Maybe I'll do Walder Frey sucks, and that's the end. Thank you for the super chat from John Cribbin, who says, my Frey prediction is that Big Frey, so that's Big Walder Frey, will be the next Lord Frey. There's been many Frey deaths, but all but one are ahead of Black... yeah. Of all the Frey deaths, all but one are ahead of Big Walder in the succession. So I think the one that isn't would be Benfrey Frey, who Daisy Mormont smashes a flagon of wine into his face and he dies. He's not ahead of the succession. Germ is clearing the path. I see a heroic Big Walder at the Battle of Ice. Yes, I don't think Big Walder is going to die in the north. I think Hostine Frey is going to die. I don't think Big Walder is going to die. I feel like it'll be a bit of a waste of his character, considering... Now, I think there is a chance that Big Walder can become Lord of the Crossing. And I'll talk about this in my Frey iceberg theory, right? About Big Walder becoming the new Lord Walder. But here are the three options. One, there's the least likely, which is every Frey ahead of him will die, and I don't think that's likely, right? What is he, 50-something in line currently with the by the latest book, based on how many Freys have already died? Are we going to have that many Freys dying? Because it's not just, male Freys who are, the ones hunting the outlaws or the ones being captured. It's also like daughters and like children and babies, and are they all just going to get wiped out? Don't get me wrong, we have outlaws hunting Freys. We have Tully loyalists who are not very happy. We have a potential Vale invasion, if you buy into the whole Vale invasion theory. We have a Frey civil war killing each other. We have a roaming pack of wolves led by Nymeria out for revenge, right? Lots of Freys are going to die. But, like, over 50? So that Big Walder conveniently I don't think that's going to happen. Next up is, the other option is Stannis. Stannis could be like, let's say Stannis takes Winterfell and is like, okay, everyone, Big Walder, I'm installing you as the Lord of the Twins because you're on my side, and that way some Freys might rally to my side to support you, right? The Blackwood Freys. But that sort of suggests that Stannis is going to have any luck marching south and becoming king, and that doesn't really make sense. But you could argue that maybe he promises that to Big Walder, and so Big Walder unofficially becomes the Lord of the Twins, according to Stannis. But another option, which is probably the most likely, the Stannis one is more likely. But what's the most what could happen is that, so Edwin is the heir to the twins, and Edwin has a child called Walder with an A, Walder Frey, who may be the bastard Black Walder, right, as I talk about in my video. But he has a daughter. So Edwin's obviously dead. Edwin is going to get killed by Black Walder Frey. I don't know if Black Walder Frey will bother killing his young niece / potential bastard girl. He could literally just say, oh no, that's my bastard lol, I'm going to inherit instead. But let's say the Freys collapse, Big Walder comes from up north, marries Walder Frey, she's the Lady of the Crossing, he becomes the Lord of the Crossing. That makes more sense to me, that he will marry a young girl, he's a young boy, that he'll marry her and then we'll take over, as opposed to literally everyone ahead dying. That's a bit too much. Thank you for the super chat from the Swabian Bannerman. Did you ask George how? I should have known the moment you have sent super chats before of a similar nature. Did you ask George how Alice River's milk tastes? No. I didn't want to get kicked out of the event. I didn't want to get beaten up by his assistants. I didn't want the Oxford bouncers to throw me into the nearby river. No. I imagine, no, I'm not even going to indulge. I'm not even going to indulge, but thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, finally, from Coleshot, who says, thanks to you, we know lame Lothar is like 45th in line. Do you think he can scheme his way towards being Lord of the Twins? No, he's too far away. However, he's not the sort of character that wants to be Lord of the Twins. He wants to be, he's the puppet master, right? He's the Varys. He's the steward of the twins. He's after, when there is a Frey succession crisis, civil war, whatever, Lothar is definitely going to rally behind someone he thinks is most likely to take over and will be the person behind it. He will be the puppet master. So he doesn't need to be Lord. He can be... And if there is a Frey civil war, one faction will be Lothar puppeteering someone else, is my thinking. Okay, we'll go back to the super chats because we need to start some tier ranking. So, thank you. Keep sending them in. I appreciate it a lot, but... Let's start off with... Okay, so first off, Walder Frey himself, the one and only. There he is. Just give me a second. Just keeping hydrated. I'm a little bit sick. I'm recovering, but I'm still a bit... So, Walder Frey himself. So, my gut instinct, obviously, is Weasel tier. Right? This guy is an absolute scumbag. Even before, let's remove the Red Wedding out of the equation. Even before then, he's a brat of a child, running around hitting people, laughing like running around in that Duncan egg book. Duncan's like, I'm gonna chuck this motherfucker down a well. God damn! Do not S tier me. Do not S tier me in the chat. Don't you dare. Walder Frey is not an S tier. So yeah, he's an absolute prick. And then as an adult, you know. Too many kids, too many marriages. He needs to calm down. Too many bastards. Keep it in your breeches, goddamn. Have some respect. Robert's Rebellion, again, very, very sneaky. Just being like, okay, we've received word that the battle's winding down. Let's send our troops. Oh, we've arrived too late. Oh, no, well, we're definitely siding with whoever is currently winning. Oh, that's Robert. We're with you, Robert. So, you know, opportunistic, slimy. Now, how do you spin that in a good way? How do you spin the late Lord Walder in a good way? You could say, well, he's protecting his men. He knows he didn't need to be there at that battle, so he waited, then he marched his men in. Once the battle was over, he saved their lives. That's a good way of spinning it, right? It shows cunning. And then, of course, in the first Game of Thrones book, he's very rude, he's arrogant, he's a bit of a twat, but hey, he's also old. He's old, and he is maintaining, I'm doing devil's advocate here, he's maintaining a powerful dynasty, so he's going to be a bit crotchety, isn't he? He's going to be a bit of an annoyed old man. And it does have to be said, he does have strong family values, right? Everyone is allowed in the twins. Bastards are allowed in the twins. People of different houses, if they're descended from Freys, are allowed in the twins. People who thinks are pathetic, like Merritt, or Danwell, like people he doesn't like, people whose name he doesn't remember everyone's names even. He's like, are you my grandson? My great? What's your name? Walder? Walter? What? But he still lets them stay, and he's imparted that knowledge onto Stevron. He's like, listen, family matters. The Frey name matters, right? These people. So yeah, he does care about his family. He does care about his family somewhat. He's not completely self-centered. So that's nice. But then, of course, on the other hand, he's a complete bitch who organizes the Red Wedding, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna massacre a bunch of unarmed allies to troll them out of jealousy, out of anger, out of spite, and I'm going to reap the rewards. So he has to go into Weasel. He is not S tier. Yes, he has the grind set. Yes, he does care about his family. Yes, he's intelligent. But he is evil. He is a monstrous man. I'm getting some pushback here. His virility is S tier. I guess in the sense that, see, here's the thing. S tier isn't wholesome. Wholesome tier is like a good Frey. S tier is a great Frey. And great doesn't mean good or bad. It means great. So you could argue just in terms of what he's accomplished, that he is S tier. He is like a great Frey. I'm gonna put him back. We will decide on Walder once we have done the rest of his family, aka once we've made more sense of the tier list. So Stevron, this is an easy one for me. This is the heir, Stevron Frey. Rest in peace, by the way. We're putting him into wholesome. I think we can all agree on that one. He's wholesome because he's just a respectable guy. He's quite kind and friendly. He's mild-mannered, you know. When the whole Jane Westling situation cools down, Rob's like, so I could have, if Stevron were here, we could have talked it out, we could have dealt with something, but Stevron's dead, and so Ryman and Black Walder are all being angry and having a hissy fit and marching off in a strop. So he's a good guy. And he, like his father, has those family values, right? That's been imparted onto him. He's not someone who's going to kick people out, the twins he doesn't like. He would have been a nice version of his father. So he goes in wholesome. He's a wholesome Frey. Is he S tier? Oh, whoops. How did that happen? Is he S tier? Nah, he's not S tier. He's not super interesting. He's not super cool. But he's a good guy. Unlike his son. So his son is Ryman. Who again, his wife is unknown, which is really weird. Like, the appendix has just forgotten to mention his wife. We don't know who the mother of Black Walder and Edwin and Peter Pimple is, but considering he's, yeah. Anyway, so Ryman, unlike his father, he's an absolute twat. Ryman is, mean, he's rude, he's pretty grotesque, right? He's like a fat drunkard. He eats a lot, he drinks a lot, he whores a lot, he's a victim to his own vices, and he's just a bit of an idiot, right? He doesn't have his grandfather's cunning, he's dim. He's a dim man, he's just kind of a dim, fat brute. He doesn't know how to do the Siege of River Run, he doesn't share any provisions with people, he leaves everything to his son Edwin, he's just kind of a dumb guy. Now, it is not just that he is a dumb brute, it is not just that he's abandoned all the family values, right? Because if you remember from the video and from the books, Merritt Frey is scared of him. He's saying Ryman doesn't care about family. Ryman wants to kick out people he considers disloyal, right? So Merritt talks in his point of view chapter. Merritt Frey says that Ryman uses the Red Wedding as an opportunity to be like, who's working with us? Who's putting in the effort? Who is part of this? Because they're the loyal ones. If you're not loyal, I'm kicking you out when I'm Lord, right? So he doesn't have the family values. Not only that, not only is he just a kind of, not only is he a murderer, by the way, because he doesn't just orchestrate the Red Wedding, which is evil enough. He takes part in it. He kills Daisy Mormon, an unarmed woman. He buries an axe in her head. So he's a murderer. But yes, I was leading up into saying not only this and that, but he also orchestrated the Red Wedding. But then I blew my load early there. I already mentioned that. Anyway, we don't know to what extent he orchestrates it, quote unquote, because we know he's dumb. Right? We know Lord Walder obviously probably came up with it. We know that Lame Lothar and Roose Bolton did the specifics, and we know that Bastard Walder Rivers took care of commanding troops outside the hall. In terms of Ryman orchestrating it, I imagine he did so as the heir, in terms of, I'm your heir, I'm going to take, this is what it was. Walder was sitting at the table, right, as the CEO saying, we're going to kill this person, we're going to kill this person, we're going to capture this person. Lothar was there like, interesting, you know what? On the outside, if we rig the tents to collapse, we could actually trap them. And if we oil up the tents, we can set fire to them more easily and they can be burnt. And Roose Bolton was saying, that's an excellent idea. Maybe we could have some mercenaries disguised as musicians. And Lothar says, good idea. Maybe they can play the Rains of Castamere. That's ironic. And they're having this discussion, and Ryman's just sitting at the meeting nodding like, yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. And then afterwards he was like, that was my idea. That was basically my idea. I guarantee Ryman was just sitting there nodding, and then he took all the credit. Weasel tier. He's a scumbag. He is evil, and he's not even, at least Lothar is intelligent. Ryman's not intelligent. Ryman's just an idiot. Ryman's just like a bully. So next up we have Edwin. So Edwin also sucks. He's described as a sour, cold man. He's sort of always snarling and like, I would say, okay, I can't think of any pros. No, I can think of one pro. We'll go to that. So, starting off with cons, like I said, he's sour, he's rude, he's just a generic, like, Weasley Frey dick. Excuse me. The Royce branch of Frey are, like, the most generic Freys, where you have, like, you know, the Crackle branches, oh, they're the big strong ones, and the Blackwoods are a bit more intelligent. The Royce branch, right, the Freys from Walder Frey's first wife, they are all the generic cowardly, weaselly, no chin, nose, that kind of thing. The Frey nose, the watery eyes, and so on. So yes, Walder, sorry, not Walder, Edwin, beyond just being a bit of a snobbish prat, he also suggests the poo plot, right? He's like, I know how we take care of the blackfish. Let's dip arrows in feces and fire it at him, and then it'll poison it. It's like, that's just lame. You want to dip arrows in poo and shoot the blackfish from afar, so that it's like, really? That's lame. You could argue it's the least, you know, although it's slimy in more ways than one, you could argue that actually it's the most empathetic way out, right? Because other people are like, let's just storm the castle, and Emmon Frey is saying, no, let's kill Edmure, let's just kill him anyway, otherwise he'll call up, you know, don't let him call our bluff. Edwin's the one who's like, let's just specifically kill the blackfish, and they're like, no, that's dishonorable. I don't know, man, maybe that's more empathetic, maybe more people live that way. You just get rid of one guy. But yeah, no, the idea is that he's a weasel and he's a craven. Is he in weasel tier? The thing is, we don't know what he does in the Red Wedding. We know he's in the Red Wedding. We know he takes part because because he's being sour and like refusing to dance with Daisy Mormont, and then Catelyn grabs him and feels the chainmail under his silk and slaps him. So he has the chainmail. He was ready for a scrap. He probably kills someone. We don't know. We are not informed of who he kills specifically. So because of that, can we put him in Weasel? Can we put him in Weasel? Because we don't know who he kills. It could be that he was there and he didn't care. And him being there is obviously evil. Him being involved is evil. But I don't know. We can't put him on the same tier as someone who we know for a fact murdered Daisy Mormont. So Edwin Frey is going into Freylia. He's closer to Weasel than average, shall we say. And then his daughter is Walder with an A. And you may have noticed in how I designed Walder with an A that she looks suspiciously like her uncle Blackwater. She has her uncle's brown eyes. She has her uncle's nose. She even has her uncle's dark hair. Intriguing. So, yes. So this is average Frey. We know nothing about her. She's just a daughter. And this might be the girl that Big Walder Frey marries to become Lord of the Twins, right? She's going to be... She's quite eligible, actually. Because she's now second in line after Rymon's death. Edwin is the heir, she's second in line. So whoever marries her, that's the key to the twins, right? So, Blackwater. One of the most probably one of the most... If you were to ask a casual book reader, name a Frey, or name 5... Let's say you say name 5 Freys to a casual book reader. Number 1, they'll say Lord Walder Frey. Number 2, I think they'll say Blackwater. Genuinely. Everyone seems to remember Blackwater. Excuse me. We know that he's very fiery. He's very fiery. He has a sharp tongue. He's angry. He's probably a bit of a psychopath. I mean, he's called Blackwater not just because of his black beard, but his black demeanor, right? His black temperament. He is black and angry. And we don't see him that much on page, but we hear about him a lot from other people. So he's not pathetic like his brother. He's a good swordsman, right? Edwin's not a knight. Blackwater's a good swordsman. He's a good commander, right? He helps out with the forces marching into the Westerlands. He helps with the storming of the crag, right? He scales the wall of the crag castle with Small John Umber, so he's brave. Say what you will, he's a brave man. He's a competent man, unlike his brother. So there's something to be said there. We don't know... He takes part in the Red Wedding. We don't know who he kills specifically, but we know there is one section where a Vance is being wrestled by a Hay, and the Vance is obviously loyal to House Stark and House Tully, and Blackwater hamstrings him. So presumably runs up with a sword and like slices his hamstring. So he wounds someone, probably results in that guy's death, but we don't know of him killing anyone else. So we can't pin any specific deaths on him. And then when he does the siege of Seaguard, he threatens to kill Patrick Mallister, and he takes the castle. So he actually, unlike Ryman and Edwin, he personally, quite competently, takes Seaguard from the Mallisters. So that adds to his competence, and he doesn't just storm it, and like he's not like bloodthirsty and rash. Which is why I think inevitably what's going to happen is Edwin Frey will be killed by Black Walder, and Black Walder will say, Edwin's daughter is actually my bastard. I am now the Lord. I am Lord Walder the Black. And then that creates a rift, that creates a civil war with people siding with Black Walder, other people siding with someone else. Probably, I mean, Walter and Frey makes sense, but we'll have to see. I'm getting distracted. I'm going on too many tangents. Black Walder. He's angry, he's mean, he's vicious, he's bloodthirsty. He wounds someone at the Red Wedding, but he doesn't kill anyone at the Red Wedding that we know of. He solves a siege peacefully. He's competent, he's intelligent. And he's a Lothario. He is an absolute player. He's a scumbag, right? He cheats on... well, he doesn't cheat on anyone, but he seduces women who are, allegedly sleeps with both of his brother's wives, allegedly sleeps with Gatehouse Amy, with Fair Walder, maybe with Walder Frey's seventh wife, Anara Faring. It's like, oh, this man, that is disrespectful. Disrespect your own kin like that? Disrespect your brothers? Also sleeping with people related to you? Like cousin? That's kind of weird. He's a confusing man. Sorry for the jump scare, my mic just fell over. Let me know in the chat, I'm confused, because he's either a weasel or he's S tier, I can't tell. Because he's a mean, horrible guy, but he's also super competent and, like, kind of scary. And he is a player, he's a Lothario, but it's like his family members. So it's like, are you cool or are you actually just like, no, not cool? Is he based or cringe is what I'm trying to work out. If it's going to take me this long on every Frey, this is going to go on for hours. I need to hurry up. I'm spending way too long on each one. What do we think? I'm seeing S tier in the chat. I'm seeing lots of S tiers. Average. Who's giving Black Walder average? Oh, I think some people were saying average for Edwin, my bad. People are saying S tier. Okay, yeah. In the sense that S doesn't mean morally good, S means, like, great, right? S is great. S is like, people remember Black Walder when they talk about Freys, like casual fans. So in terms of the impact he has and his potential for the future of the story, I'm gonna go S tier. I'm gonna go S tier for sure. And now we have his younger brother, Peter Pimple. So again, just pretty pathetic guy, kind of short guy, ugly, covered in pimples, poor guy. He doesn't kill anyone at the Red Wedding, but he's told to get the Great John drunk. So the fact that like Waylon, Danwell, Merritt, and Peter are the ones who are told to get guests drunk, that feels like that's Lothar being like, you're kind of incompetent. I'm not going to give you any big task. You just drink with someone. And of course, excuse me, I need to stop doing that. I'm knocking my mic over. So either he's a complete lightweight, or the Great John is whatever the opposite of a lightweight is. But I imagine it's both. But yeah, he passes out, and what is it? He and Merritt both pass out, and like they miss out on the entire massacre. So they don't kill anyone, but they are aware of the massacre. So that does, of course, that does make him a bad person. But he sleeps through the massacre. Also, he got married to his... He was 10 years old when he got married to his 30-year-old wife. That's kind of weird. That's I don't know, man. That's not healthy. That's not a healthy thing for your development. So he's not Weasel tier for sure, but he's a Freylier. We can all agree he's a Freylier, right? He is just a pathetic. He's kind of pathetic. He's kind of ugly. He fails to. He passes out during your family's big evil betrayal massacre, and you're just like out drunk because you can't handle your alcohol. And then he ends up getting hanged by the Brotherhood, so he's just he's a bit pathetic. His daughter, who also looks suspiciously like Blackwater, is Pera Frey, who is, again, average Frey. We know nothing about Pera, but I suspect Blackwater will be like, oh, my nieces, they're actually my daughters, so they're not even in the line of succession, just ignore them. Okay, next up. Okay, well, it's nice to get onto an easy one. I've been conflicted by the last few, right? Jingle Bell, Aegon Frey, the one and only. He's sweet, he's gentle, he's a fool, he's nothing but kind to people, and he's treated like shit by his own family, hidden away, not allowed to marry anyone, dressed up as a fool. It's like a mentally handicapped person dressing him up as a fool. Is disgusting, and one of the more underrated things that Lord Walder Frey does, like in terms of just like his own grandson being, special needs, and having him dressed up as a jester to basically make fun of him, is like, nah, fuck you. Jingle Bell is I nearly said Jimny Bell. Jimny Bell. Jingle Bell is S tier. There's no question about it. What a horrible death. He didn't deserve to go out like that. But yeah, Jingle Bell is S tier. Just a legend. Just a wholesome Frey. But he's more than wholesome. He's incredible. Yeah. I didn't even need to check the chat. Just nothing but S tiers. Jingle Bell is amazing. Shout out to, remember when Quinn and I came up with the Omni-Fool theory, that every single fool is the same. Every fool is the same one. I'll tell you what, an Omni Frey video would be funny if I didn't animate it like Omni Walder. Every single Walder is the same Walder. I'll find a way to make that work one day. So yes, Jingle Bell goes in S tier. What a Chad. Our Volcel Jester hero. Justice for Jingly indeed. Okay, next up we have a plane going overhead apparently. Every live stream, there's always who's this one? This is Miguel. I believe this is Miguel Frey. So this is Stevron Frey's daughter. So again, we know nothing about her. We know nothing about her. My words are coming out weird. I think it's because I'm ill. I'm scrambling. My brain's scrambled. My words are scrambled. We don't know anything about her. She has a daughter who looks just like her. I'm not a lazy artist. There we go. Oh no, these need to be way smaller. There are going to be so many average Freys because there's so many Freys we know nothing about. What am I doing? These need to be small. There we go. But oh, go away. And she married a Vance, Marianne Frey. Miguel Frey married a Vance. So that's Marianne, that daughter, I think. This son is one of the Vances. I'm already having to check the wiki. I can't remember the names. I know I did a video about it. Walder and Patrick, that's it. Walder and Patrick Vance. We don't know anything about them, right? How do I not remember this? This is kind of embarrassing. Yeah, we know nothing about them. They're just chilling. So they are average Freys / Vances. So you can chill there. We don't know what branch they belong to. We don't know whether they're the Vances of Atranta or the Vances of Wayfarer's Rest. We don't know. And I suspect George doesn't know either. And then rounding off the Stevron branch, we have his final son, Walton Frey. I gave him the chin because the Wayne Woods are described as having long faces, and of course Walton is half Wayne Wood. So there we go. Of course, the whole Frey invasion theory, the Vale invasion, the idea that there'll be a Frey civil war. Let's say you have Black Walder on one side. He says that his nieces are illegitimate. I'm the Lord. Walton Frey, who's the next male, right, descendant of Stevron, is like, no, I should be Lord because no one likes you. And guess what? I have people backing me. And it's the Vale, motherfucker. Because my mother is a Wayne Wood, and my wife is a Harding. So maybe, and then with Littlefinger's help, we could see some Vale houses coming in to help Wharton during the Civil War. There are lots of moving parts to the Frey Civil War theory. There's a Quinn the GM's Red Wedding... Quinn the GM's Red Wedding 2 video on his channel, one of our first collabs. I do a section about the Frey Civil War on that one. I might do like a longer version for my channel as a catch-up maybe. Because my animation and art has improved, so I can do like a do-over, maybe make it a bit more detailed. Anyway, long story short, he's got a long face. This is Walter Frey. We know nothing about him. Nothing. He's married to a Harding, but he doesn't appear, which is weird, actually. Because the Royce branch is very prevalent, and Stevron's branch in particular is prevalent. We know a lot about Stevron, Ryman, Edwin, Blackwalder, Peter Pimple, Jingle Bell, etc. But we don't know anything about Wharton. We never see him on page. Does he even attend the Red Wedding? We don't know. He's not mentioned attending the Red Wedding. We know his daughter does. Does he? I don't know. He's really not mentioned much. So, average Frey. There's. He's just an appendix guy. Rest in peace. He's not dead, but. Okay, his son is Stefan the Sweet. So we know nothing about Stefan the Sweet except one thing, which is that his nickname is the Sweet. That's all we know. So presumably, as I say in my video, that could be his personality, or it could be his looks. It could be that he's sweet looking. Either way, if there's a Frey called the Sweet, I think that puts him into wholesome, right? If you can be born into that family and be like a nice person, if you have a it could be an ironic nickname, but let's give the phrase the benefit of the doubt. He's wholesome. Next up, we have Fair Walder. Okay, so Fair Walder is the most attractive Frey. Considered the most attractive. She's like the one where they're like, oh no, there's actually a good-looking Frey. And I imagine it's because she has a Harding mother. And the other Harding we know of is Harold Harding, who's a very good-looking guy with a chiseled jaw and like high cheekbones, blonde hair, aquiline nose. He's a very good-looking man. So you can imagine the Hardings being good-looking. So she is known as, she is the hot Frey, basically. Fair Walder. She's fair. Now, the mere fact that there's a good-looking Frey would make you go S tier. And in fact, the chat is exploding with S tier. Oh, no, it's not. No, my bad. It's the same person putting S 6 times because he's down bad. You need to relax, sir. My goodness, relax. So what does she do? So here's the thing, though. She is technically part of the Red Wedding. No, the women don't fight during the Red Wedding, but they are there. They do attend it, and they do, you know, she's presented to Rob, and she's made to sit next to Rob as a kind of, you know, a mocking gesture, like, oh yeah, sit next to my hot daughters and granddaughters. Oh yeah, you could have married any of them, but you went off with some fucking Jane Westerling. Fuck you. So she's there, and then after the bedding ceremony, all the women leave. They don't come back. So they're clearly instructed, when the bedding ceremony happens, you are leaving. Now, do they know the massacre is going to take place? And they're like, okay, we're going to leave, let the men do the dirty work, then we celebrate. Or were they uninformed? Was it like, look, once the bedding ceremony is done, you're all going to bed, we're having a lad tonight, we're going off to Nando's afterwards to sober up. Is that what happened? Again, benefit of the doubt. We can't assume that she knew about the Red Wedding. It could have been, you know, she wasn't there when it went down. I'd say put her in, not wholesome, because she hasn't done anything. There's nothing that implies she is wholesome. She could just be, but she's not average, because she's explicitly described as being like, she's a good-looking Frey. It's got to be S tier. In terms of a Frey that stands out, sure, Fair Walder is S tier. There we go. I need to just not ask, right? If I'm going to bring up characters that are known for being attractive or big titty or something, I know the chat's just going to be like S tier, so there's no point having the discussion. I'm just going to get bullied into S tier every time. This is Brian Frey. That's the third child of what's his name? Walter. Not Wharton. Is it Wharton? Wharton. How my brain is frayed. It's not fried. It's frayed. God damn. So Brian Frey, third child of Wharton. We know nothing about him, so he's going to go next to his father. He hasn't got a nickname or anything, so he's just a guy. I'm sure he's nice, but you know. And now that we've gone through the Stevron. So far, these are all the descendants of Stevron. 2 wholesome, 3 S tier. That's quite high actually. A couple of Freylias, 1 Weasel, and a bunch of average Freys. Before we move on to the Lannister branch, so that's Aemon marrying Jenna Lannister. I'm going to quickly check some super chats because I saw some rolling in. Of course, if Jenna has... I'm not doing spouses, by the way. I'm not doing wives, as you've probably noticed. I'm not doing wives or husbands that aren't only biological Freys. If Jenna Lannister were here, obviously that's S tier, right? Obviously. So let's have a look. Thank you for another super chat from the Swabian Bannerman, who sent the super chat. Milk emoji, milk emoji, milk emoji, milk emoji, milk emoji. Thank you very much for paying money to send that. And he also sent another super chat saying the Red Wedding was justified based Walder. I don't know how serious that is, but it is a point of contention in some parts of the fandom. The idea of like, there's this weird sort of revisionism where suddenly it's like, actually, fuck Rob. Rob sucks. Rob was a scumbag who betrayed the Freys, and the Freys were totally justified in doing the Red Wedding instead of being allied to traitors who are losing the war anyway. I disagree. First off, people keep forgetting that Robb Stark is a child. I think people keep thinking of Richard Madden from the show, but Robb is literally a child. I'm willing to forgive a 14-year-old sleeping with someone and marrying them out of a sense of honor and duty and like not being super rational about that because he's literally a child, right? And then in terms of the phrase being justified, you know, what you can do is you can say, I am supporting the Lannisters, so I am no longer going to fight with you. Or, you know, I'm going to attack a castle. But instead they're like, no, we're going to invite you as guests and then murder you. It's like, no, it wasn't justified. It was not justified. Thank you for the super chat from... It's not showing me the full name. That's not fair. Show me the full name. Hold on. If I check my phone, will it show me the full name? I don't want to read out the first half of people's names. I'm seeing Samuel... Show me the full name. That's not fair. There we go. Thank you for the super chat from Samuel Schernenberger. Who says, go buy yourself some Frey branded Christmas chocolate from my wonderful country of Switzerland with that. I should have guessed you were Swiss with a name like Samuel Schernenberger. You are a legend for making all this Frey content. Thank you so much, Samuel. That means a lot to me. I work super hard on it, and I just love the phrase. I got lots of comments being like, oh, this must have been so painful to make. You must have gone crazy. I was like, no, I like it. I've always loved the phrase. Everyone's got their own like autistic niche when it comes to Song of Ice and Fire. Some people love the swords, some people love the castles, some people like the mythological references, people like the historical stuff, for me, I love members of factions, organizations, and houses. So going into the appendix and seeing everyone who's in the Kingsguard, everyone who's in the court, everyone who is in each family, I love that. That gets me off. I love that shit. So you can imagine my joy, my ecstasy, when you have the Frey appendix, which is like several pages long, and you have all of them married and who they're linked to and how they died and who's doing what. And I love appendices. I love that stuff. So I loved going through every single Frey, thinking about what they would look like, drawing them. By the way, a lot of effort goes into this, by the way. So I don't just draw whatever. I look up on the wiki, on Search for Ice and Fire in the books. I want to look up what they're wearing, what they look like, what their eye colour is described as, what their hair is described as etc., their height. So, for example, in the A Song of Ice and Fire wiki, Aenys Frey is described as, you know, he's bald, he has a rat-tail chin, etc. But they don't mention his height. But in A Clash of Kings, it's mentioned, because I went to the chapter, it's mentioned that Aenys is a giant of a man. I'm like, oh, he's big. I didn't even remember that. So I had to adjust my script to be like, he's a large guy. But even when I look for how they look like in the books, that's not always explained. So what I do is I take the parents and I try to work out what they would look like. So, for example, Cleos is actually kind of described. But let's say this is one of the Frey kids. I'm like, okay, I'm going to give him the brown Frey hair, but I'm going to give him the green Lannister eyes and a Lannister nose, right? And then for another one, I'm like, what if I give him the Lannister hair, eyes, and nose, so it's more kind of ambiguous? And then, of course, for one of them, I gave red hair to imply he might be a bastard, and Cleos was more Frey hair and Frey nose. So, like, I when they're not explicitly described, I look at the parents I've drawn, and I'm like, which parts of their bodies am I going to carry on into the offspring, right? It's a lot more meticulous than you would think, actually, considering they're just dumb, big-eyed cartoons. But that was a massive tangent. What am I doing? Oh, super chats. Yes, I would love some Frey-branded chocolate, some Swiss Frey chocolate. That would be wonderful. There's like a different kind of chocolate bar for every Frey. The Black Walder bar is like fucking Willy Walder over here. The Black Walder bar is like dark chocolate. The Ryman chocolate bar contains alcohol, contains some whiskey or something. Walder Frey, the Walder Frey candy is just like a gobstopper from the 70s or something. Some old ass candy. It's like a humbug, some hard candy that you suck on. Fair Walder. What's the Fair Walder candy bar? The Fair Walder candy bar is probably something quite pretty, something quite modern. Yes. Okay, that's enough. The tangent. Yeah, Samuel, you're distracting me. Shut up. Thank you so much for your super. Okay, thank you for the super chat from Arkiv, who says, "This isn't some Game of Thrones, Walder," shouted Catelyn. "Only one house will survive this storm of swords," Catelyn replied Walter. The lost line. That should have been in the show. You kidding me? That wasn't in the books or the show. I'm pretty sure... What, does Catelyn respond by saying, "If you dare harm my son, there'll be a feast for crows in the Riverlands." And Walder says, "Oh yeah? Well, if you and me throw down right now, it'll be a dance of dragons." She'll be like, "What?" He's like, "What?" I do like the whole... How do you winds of winter that? The winds of winter are blowing. That one's easy. How do you do Dream of Spring? How do you insert the title into a sentence in like that kind of Hollywood way with Dream of Spring? "We can only dream of spring when winter comes." Dun dun. Yeah. I can't believe Walder Frey just stormed his swords all over the place. Another super chat from the Swabian Bannerman. "S tier, my boy Jingle Balls." He went in S tier, don't you worry. I'm not subject to bribes, but yes, he did go into S tier. Thank you for the super chat from Merlin. If you don't know, Merlin is our resident house cod aficionado. Don't ask me why. Merlin says, "Generic house cod appreciation message. This man spent money to do this. Money. Goddamn. Thank you so much, Merlin. Yes. Shout out to House Cod, the one and only." And finally, before I go back to ranking, thank you for the super chat from Vandalman, who says, "Which Frey do you think is the most lactose intolerant?" Emmon Frey is lactose intolerant. Who is currently up here. That's a good segue. I nearly said Subway. I'm hungry. Yeah, Emmon is lactose intolerant. He's got a peanut allergy. He's also got asthma. He carries around a big ass inhaler. So Emmon Frey, let's talk about Emmon. So Emmon is not that evil of a Frey. He doesn't take part in the Red Wedding because he's not on the Stark side. There is no betrayal to speak of. He is married to a Lannister. His children are half Lannister. He is on Team Lannister the whole time. So he doesn't do the Red Wedding. We don't know if he knows about it. He doesn't partake in it. He never betrays the Starks because he's fighting against them the whole time because he's married into the Lannisters, which makes sense, right? So it's like, sure. We don't even know of him killing anyone, to be honest. Now, at the Siege of Riverrun, yes, he's a coward. He's like a chinless, spineless coward. He's a wimp. He is getting cucked by his wife, by the way. He is fully getting cucked, and it's implied he's too scared to even raise the issue. So his sons might not all be his, but hey, we can say he's a great stepfather, right? By all accounts, he's like, well, we don't know what he's like as a father, but he's probably nice. He probably takes him to the movies. takes them to the movies and the twins. Watch Jingle Bell with the sock puppets. Him and his wife and his wife's boyfriends. I'm sure he has fun. He's a good father. He's a good stepfather. So Aemon the cuck, he's see, here's the thing. He doesn't want Riverrun to be attacked during the siege. He's cautioning against, like, just a full-on attack. But that's not out of any desire to save lives. That's because he's like, that's my castle. I've been named Lord of Riverrun. I want that castle. Right? I don't want it to be damaged. Don't destroy it. Don't use trebuchets and stuff and, like, raise towers. No. Keep it intact. I want to take it over. So, selfish, power hungry. And he does suggest killing Edmure, by the way. He's like, kill him, right? He's called our bluff. The Blackfish has called our bluff. We keep saying we're going to hang him, and then he says no, and then we don't, because he knows that if we do, we don't have a bargaining chip. Screw it. As a show of spite, let's kill Edmure. Again, this is not a tactical thing. This is because Aemon wants Edmure dead. Because Edmure is a threat. Edmure is a threat to the Lordship of Riverrun. He's a threat to Aemon's claim to the Lordship of Riverrun. Aemon is a young, handsome, legitimate guy who the Riverlords like and would happily rally behind to install him. If Edmure were dead, then Aemon would only have to be scared of Edmure and Rosalind's baby. And whether it's a boy or a girl, a baby is a baby, and he can marry his grandson if it's a daughter, and if it's a boy, then he can be like, who cares? Maybe, I don't know, maybe kill it, maybe send it off somewhere. I just saw a super chat. I'll read this one out. Jonas Fiala, thank you for the super chat, says, dates above his league S tier. Okay. But that's not, hold on, he hasn't got game though. Black Walder has game. Aemon doesn't have game. Come on. His father set him up, right? Aemon was in the club, he saw like a hot, thick girl with blonde hair in the corner. He was like, I don't know if I can go up to this. I don't know if I can, do I approach her? Do I get her a drink? What do I do? How do I charm her? And his dad comes along, he's like, let me do it. His dad walks over and is like, my son wants your number. That's basically what happened. That's what happened. That's not cool. Aemon's dad was like, what's your number for my son? Walder Frey arranged that with Tytos because Tytos was weak and incompetent, and everyone was like, why have you married your daughter, your prized possession, to a Frey? Goddamn. But Cleos is definitely a Frey based on the way he looks, so at the very least, he gave her one child. So he has confirmed to have smashed Jenna Lannister once, which is more than can be said for everyone watching this live stream. So he is more of a Chad than you. But no, I think he's going in Freylia. He's cowardly, he's slimy, he's a bit of a cuck, but he's not a traitor, I'd say he's between average Frey and Freylia, whereas Edwin and Peter are between Weasel and Freylia, because they actively took part in the Red Wedding. Okay, moving on, we have his son with Jenna, Cleos Frey. So I think I was a little bit harsh on Cleos Frey during the video. I have a line which was like, he inherited his father's... he inherited Frey looks, wit, and bravery, which is an insult. But the Cleos isn't... He's not cowardly, actually. He's not a coward. He fights with Jaime at the Battle of the Whispering Wood. And then he helps to escort Jaime and Brienne back to King's Landing. And when they are being attacked by bandits, he doesn't flee or anything. I don't know, it might be that he doesn't have the chance to, but I think just fighting in the Battle of Whispering Woods with Jaime, that does show some courage. He is a courageous guy, and he's not some meanie, he's not some bad guy. When they're like, listen, we need you to deliver some terms to King's Landing, he goes along with it. And Tyrion sends criminals with Cleos to help break Jaime out of prison. Cleos doesn't know about the plan, because I can't remember why, but it could be as simple as Cleos isn't going to go along with this, right? So yeah, he's not a bad guy. I don't know if he's wholesome. I don't know if he's quite wholesome. He's definitely average Frey at the least. But does he show enough character to be wholesome? He seems like a nice guy. He's nice to Jaime. He's nice to Catelyn. He puts up with a lot of shit. And he is brave. You know, Edwin's not fighting a battle. Cleos is. He's polite to his cousin, yeah. He chastised Jaime for insulting Brienne. That's a good... In fact, I probably should have mentioned that in a video. I should have been nicer to him in the video. So he's kind of polite. Again, in a kind of chivalrous. He's... Probably because he's... Yeah. He hasn't got the slimy Lannister nature. He's got a more chivalrous... Okay, he's going to go in wholesome. Cleos is going in wholesome. Cleos, I apologise for how I treated you in the video. Animating his death was fun, though. Animating the arrows hitting him and he falls off the horse and he gets dragged behind. He's going bong, 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 bong. Not to disrespect the man, of course. Then we have his twins, Tywin and Willem. Willem. We don't know his twins with Jane... not Jane Darry. Oh, yeah, no, I think it's Jane Darry. So we don't know much about them in terms of... Or anything about them in terms of looks or personality or anything. But it is just interesting that Aemond's the new Lord of Riverrun and Tywin Frey is the future Lord of Riverrun, and they want to marry Tywin off to Roslyn and Edmure Tully's baby if it's a daughter, because that means he can secure his position. Average Frey, we know nothing about them. They could be good people. And we know that their mother, Jane Darry, once the eldest twin, Tywin... No, they're not twins, sorry, I don't think they're twins, my bad. Sorry for smacking the desk as well. Their mother wants Tywin, the eldest, to be Lord of Riverrun. Riverrun is a bastard to say, by the way, but I don't know why. I, in particular, I really have trouble getting that out of my mouth. Like, I speak fine, and then when I say Riverrun, it sounds like I have some kind of speech impediment. Like, it's really hard when I record my audio, and I'm like, blah, 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 Riverrun. Fuck, I can't get it out. Anyway, and Jane wants her second son to be the heir to Darry. But, of course, instead, it's going to the Craighcourt branch, because Maria Darry, Merritt, blah, blah. Anyway, we'll get onto the Darry stuff later. No tangents. This live stream's been going on for an hour. We barely got through any phrase. Let's hurry it up. I need to stop getting distracted. This is... Oh, I don't remember. I'm a fraud. Lionel, yes, I thought so. Lionel Frey. We know nothing about Lionel Frey, except he's just a dude, right? Yeah, Lionel's just a guy. Let me just double check some stuff. Yeah. Lionel's just a guy, just an average Frey. So the next one, we have Tion Frey. Now, Tion Frey, I think... Oh, I made a mistake. Tion should have brown hair. Because the two dead bodies after Rickard Karstark murders the boys, he murders Willem Frey and Tion Frey. Willem Lannister and Tion Frey. One's described as having blonde hair, the other's described as having long brown hair. So the implication is the brown hair one is a Frey. So I made a mistake here. He should have brown hair. My bad. Tion Frey, I mean, he's just a kid, and he gets murdered by Rickard Karstark, so he's inherently quite sympathetic. He does fight at the Battle of the Whispering Wood, so there's some bravery there, because that's where he gets captured. So he could go in wholesome in the sense of, you know, he fights with his brother, he shows some bravery. But I don't think it's enough. I don't think we don't want to oversaturate wholesome, because that's for special phrase. So let's put him in average. He's like an average. The Freys are getting larger. Let me shrink these bad boys. There we go. Oh, whoops. Yes, he can go in. He's an average old Frey. And then we have Red Walder. All we know is that he's a page at Castle Rock. Is the red because he's a Lannister? Did he wear red as a squire? Does he have red hair? Is he a bastard? We don't know. But he's an average because we don't know much about him. But if he is a bastard and he's not even a Frey, that would put him in S tier. Nothing makes you more of an S tier Frey than not actually technically being a biological Frey. That's all I can say. House Karstark is cringe. I wanna so I kind of like doing Northern A Song of Ice and Fire lore when December rolls round. So for December I'm thinking either House Mormont or House Karstark. Could be fun for December. Could get some like wintry, snowy vibes, you know. Aenys. So we finished the Aemon branch. Now we're moving on to the Aenys branch. So this is Walder Frey and Royce's third son. So Aenys. Again, why? Why Aenys? In fact, I made a mistake. In my video, I said the only other character called Aenys is King Aenys the First, Targaryen, who is known as a weak and incompetent ruler. So why would you name your son after... That's like naming your son... Yeah, I was gonna think of like... I was gonna say like that's like naming your son John after King John. Or naming your son Richard after Richard III. You might still name your sons John and Richard, but you wouldn't name them after those people. And, it doesn't quite translate to real life because those names are very common. But like a name like Aenys, it's super rare. It's Valyrian. You don't just call yourself Aenys. Okay, no. What I was saying is that I was incorrect. That Aenys Targaryen is not the only Aenys. There's also Aenys Blackfyre. If you remember from my Blackfyre videos, he's a Blackfyre who is invited to a small council to a great council, and is there and arrives and he's like, "Hello, thanks for inviting me. I'm going to put my claim forward if that's okay." And Bloodraven's like, "Oh shit, you actually fell for that. I didn't expect that. Psych," and then cuts his head off. So why would Walder? My third son. I know. Do you remember that really shit Targaryen king? What, Aenys? Yeah. Do you remember that dumb Blackfyre who got tricked by Bloodraven and died? Oh, Aenys? Yeah. Why don't we call our son Aenys? Royce is like, sure. Why not? What? There's the idea of there being Freys named after Targaryen kings because they're quite old, so this is when the Targs were in power. So that does make sense. But not Aenys. Be like, oh yes, this is Aegon Frey. This is Aerys Frey. You know, this is Jaehaerys Frey. Don't be Aenys Frey. Come on. But yes, he's a giant of a man, according to Arya, as I mentioned earlier. And at first, when I was compiling what they look like so I could get ready for the art, I was like, well, that doesn't make sense because Walder Frey is really small and Aemon is described as being quite small, etc. But then I was like, but his mother is a Royce. And in fact, both Stevron is described as having grey eyes. Maybe Aenys has grey eyes as well. And the idea there, of course, is they have the Royce eyes, because Waymar Royce is described as having grey eyes. They've got those first man grey eyes. So he's got the Royce genes. He's big and strong. Unless George was just fucking up the continuity, I'd like to think it's intentional. So... Bitter Still in the chat is not happy that I insulted Aenys Blackfyre. So he's a bald giant guy with like a rat tail beard. He also sucks. We've had a long string of Freys who are either kind of wholesome or your average Frey. No, not this guy. This guy is like a villainous Frey. And when Theon sees him, he describes him as having cruel eyes. He's like, this is a man who looks cruel. And he is. He's nasty and cruel. So... initially, he fights for Robb Stark, but then after Stannis loses the Blackwater, he's like, no, I don't like this. We need to abandon the cause. And then after Robb marries Jane Westerling, he like spits at the name Stark. He's like, he hookers all over the place when he hears the name Stark, because he's like, fuck that guy. He's one of the really angry, seething Freys. And of course, he takes part, as a result of that, in the Red Wedding. He is there next to his bro, Hostine, because they've got the Brain and Brawn situation. He's banging his goblet against the table during the bed ceremony and so on. Now, we don't know what he does at the Red Wedding. He's not described as killing anyone. It's a thing with Edwin. Edwin is not described as killing anyone, but you know he's there. Aenys isn't described as killing anyone, but you know that he's there. So, we know that he's evil. We know that he took part in the Red Wedding. We just don't know what he did. And that's not the end of his story, though, because then, of course, he's commanded to escort Roose Bolton back north. I do want to bring up, in my video, I don't know what was going on when I recorded the audio, but I think I mixed up the word escort with Bolton. So there's a bit in my Frey video where I say he escorts Roose Bolton up north. Escort. I was like, I hope no one catches that. No one's mentioned it in the comments so much. I go away with that. But yeah, he goes up north, and of course, in Winterfell, he's just a sort of... I think he's rude to... what is it? I can't remember. Is he the one who sees Theon and is like, why haven't you just killed this wretched creature? Was that Aenys or was that Arnulf Karstark? I can't remember. But yeah, basically to summarize, he took part in a Red Wedding. He's described as having cruel eyes. And if that Winds of Winter sample chapter is still canon, he's dead. He's fucking broke his neck. So what are the pros? Oh, and by the way, he's also a terrible dad because one of his sons is an outlaw and the other one is a smug prick. Oh, whoops. The other one is a smug prick called Rhaegar. I'm actually trying to think of more stuff. In my head, Aenys is quite villainous, but as I'm like describing him to you, I'm trying to remember, what else does he actually do other than just kind of be rude and surly? Let me just double check. Yeah, it takes part in a Red Wedding. Yeah, no, he's just a twat. I think he can go in Freylia. Although, again, yeah, he is worth bearing in mind. He is intelligent. He is a good commander because Stannis is like, okay, Stannis acknowledges, okay, Aenys is a good commander. And so when he hears Aenys is dead, he's like, good. Hostine is dumb. Hostine's a good fighter, not a good commander. So, but that's not enough to lift him. So he is in Freylia. He's cruel, he's mean, he blames Theon for Little Walder's death, how dare he, and he takes part in a Red Wedding, Freylia. I thought there was more to him almost. I was thinking back to my video, I was like, I'm sure there's, yeah. He's a bad guy. So what's next? Next up we have Aegon Bloodborne. First off, where is he? I've got so much to say. First off, where is he? The entire Riverlands plot is about outlaws. This guy is an outlaw. But we only know that because of the appendix. The appendix says Aegon Bloodborne is an outlaw. Okay, where is he? We have the Brotherhood without banners in the Storm of Swords. No outlaw. Right, we have them in Feast. No outlaw. No, he's not there. He's not there. He's not part of the Brotherhood. He's not part of any other outlaw band. He's not hanging Freys. He's not... we don't interact. Arya doesn't interact with him. Jaime doesn't interact with him. He's not part of Ned Dane's more wholesome Brotherhood faction. He's not part of Lady Stoneheart's more villainous Brotherhood faction. Where is he? Outlaws are a massive part of the Riverlands plot. Where is Aegon Bloodborne? Why is he just missing from the story? He's not even mentioned. It's not even like, there's... Think of the potential, right? Oh, one of the outlaws is a Frey. He's on our side. He knows their travel movements. He knows what kind of guards each one has, what kind of procession they travel with. We can use his insight to prey upon the Freys and hang them, or anything like that. That surely that's or if there's going to be a Red Wedding 2.0, imagine he's like, I've got some insider knowledge because I'm Aegon Bloodborne, I'm a Frey. He's just where is he? Who is he? Is he... Like, it kind of feels like George was like, oh, what if one of them is an outlaw? But then, literally forgot he existed. He kind of forgot about Aegon Bloodborne. Even if he appears and wins, it would be kind of too late. He should have appeared earlier. Like, what? I do like how there are so many Freys. George was like, they need to be doing everything. Right, I need some Septon Freys. I need some Maester Freys. What else? I need a couple of Freys in Essos doing some apprenticeships. One of them is an alchemist's apprentice. One is being warded by a merchant, etc., etc. One is an outlaw. And yet, despite this, someone mentioned this in the comments of the video. There's not a single Night's Watch Frey. Isn't that strange? Isn't it odd that there's not a single Frey in the Night's Watch? The other organizations are stuffed with Freys, and that's really cool because it's a massive family, and they're like, well, we have other things to do than festering in a castle being a bunch of bridge trolls, right? Let's join the faith, let's learn at the Citadel, etc. But none of them join the Night's Watch. And again, that's more wasted potential, because imagine if you had Jon Snow clashing with some Freys being like, you murdered my brother, and you betrayed House Stark, and he's like, it's the meme of the women screaming at that cat. It's just Night's Watch Frey sitting on the other side, like, I'm just sitting here. I have got nothing to do with my family anymore. But yeah. Oh, just to wrap up, another piece of missed potential. And again, this is the classic architect versus gardener approach to writing, where him being a gardener, it leads to so much awesome stuff, but it also means he doesn't seed stuff as early as he could, or he doesn't seed things in a way that could be maximally satisfying. For example, everything with the Freys and a potential civil war and them turning against each other is awesome, but if you're going to have a Blackwood branch, why aren't you having a Bracken branch? Literally replace the Craighall Freys with Brackens. And then you have two rival factions, the Bracken Freys, who are big and burly and square-jawed, and the Blackwood Freys, who are tall and slender and intelligent and dark-haired and pale-skinned. And then, if there's any Frey conflict, civil war, they hate each other. It feels like they're riverlords. It feels like such a wasted opportunity that we don't have Blackwood Freys versus Bracken Freys. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is I'm a better ideas guy than George R.R. Martin. Long story short, S tier. These ramblings are getting out of control. Aegon Bloodborne, as ridiculous as it is that he's just not in the story, it adds to the mystique. He is just a bizarre, mysterious outlaw who has not appeared anywhere, he doesn't do anything. It's like, who is this man? He's fascinating. He's going in S tier because how can I not put Aegon? Also, by the way, why is he called Bloodborne? Can we talk about that? Why is his name Bloodborne? At first you think, what is the implication that, like, his mother died in childbirth, giving birth to him? He's bloodborne. You know, I tore my way out of my mother. But no, because he's the first son. So, bloodborne in how? Okay. What I should have done when I met George R. R. Martin was A, ask him who Theo Frey is, and B, ask him who Aegon Bloodborne is. God damn. Anyway, I should add a sanity meter. See, the title is jokingly until I go insane. I'm already going insane. Okay, next up, Rhaegar Frey. This is one of my favourite Frey drawings, actually, because he's described as having a sardonic smile, and I don't do smiles. I don't give my characters mouths, so I gave him, like, a moustache, like a smirking moustache, and then the eyes that were kind of like, clearly you don't own an air fryer. So I managed to capture Rhaegar perfectly. He's this really smug guy. So, Rhaegar Frey. As Wyman Manderley calls him, one of the best disses in the entire series. A smirking worm who wears a dragon's name. So, there we go. He's sort of, the impression you get is he's smirking and he's smug and he's like, really full of himself. And he's sent off to marry Winifred Manderley, which is horrible because, you know, that means he, as I say in my video, he'd be the future Lord of White Harbour. That just sucks. House Frey of White Harbour, like a northern Frey branch. Lord Rhaegar Frey of Newcastle, of White Harbour. Oh, that's gross. Don't sully those Manderley genes. Oh, the kids would be like really fat Manderleys, but with like Frey faces. Be like a big ass Wyman Manderley barrel of lard, but then like a little Walder Frey face in the middle of the head. Like a little hook nose, like little tiny little eyes. Anyway. Oh, pie tier. Oh, I didn't think about having a pie tier. Ooh. That is excellent. That is excellent. My bad. My B. Okay, you know what? You have convinced me. Right. Do I have room for a pie tier? I don't want to be fiddling around with this for too much. Yeah, I don't want to fiddle around with the Canva thing. It would take too long. Also, if we do pie tier, then we are depriving these scumbags of what they deserve, which is going into Freylia or Weasel. Don't just pretend they're just a pie. Right? They are more than just a pie. He is a man in his own right, damn it. Rhaegar Frey. Sorry, I'm rambling. So, Rhaegar Frey. We don't see him before A Dance with Dragons, actually. We don't see him at all. He's not really referenced by the characters. We don't know if he takes part in the Red Wedding, presumably. But we don't know, so we have to give him the benefit of the doubt. But he probably does because he's part of the... If he's being wed to Winifred Manderley, that's like a reward. So the implication there is that he must have taken part of the Red Wedding because he's getting his reward, right? But yeah, he's all smug and sardonic and... what is it? He calls Robb Stark like a dog. right? He calls him a treacherous dog, and he calls his mother a bitch or something. He's just cringe. He is like Rhaegar Frey is a redditor, basically. He's got a smug smile. He's got a little pot belly that strains out of his clothing. Yeah, he's the ultimate redditor. In terms of anything like super evil he does, we don't really know. Beyond just he doesn't do any of the weird lying that Jared does, but he goes along with it. So yeah, just for being a lying piece of shit and trying to marry a beautiful Manderly, get the hell out of here with your weasel genes. Going into Freylia. Jared's a Freylia. I can't imagine that. I can't. Ugh. He did pull a Beesbury though. He did tap that bee booty. He did marry a Beesbury. So that could count for something, maybe. No, let's move on. I'm not going to go Weasel because we don't have confirmation of him taking part in the Red Wedding, and you know. So he has some kids. His kids are, let me double check. His kids are Robert Walder, White Walder, and Jonos. So we have Robert. We know nothing about Robert. Jonos, we know nothing about Jonos, although I gave him the Beesbury hair and eyes, those honey-coloured eyes. And then we have White Walder. So we don't know anything about White Walder except her nickname is White. So like I say in the video, I don't know why she's called White Walder, because, you know, it could be her dress sense, right? She just wears white. Could be she's got white hair, like maybe like so blonde it's pale. Maybe she's just super pale, or maybe she's an albino and like she's literally like White Walder. She's super pale. I don't know. So she's gonna go in average because he's just a. Okay, I think due to popular demand, I have no choice but to. At the very least, you can have a pie. Last seen a pie. There we go. The pie. It won't be a pie tier, but I will put the pie over those who have become pies. There we go. There we go. Once we've done this tier list, I might talk about, in terms of the main Frey characters who are still alive, what would be their just desserts? Like, what would be a satisfying way for them to die to get their comeuppance? We can talk about that at the end of the stream, I think. Shall I cover his face with the pie? No, I'll have him holding the pie. Next up, we have Walder Frey's first daughter. He's only got like 5 daughters, which is so funny. Perianne Frey. We know nothing about Perianne Frey, so she can go in average Frey. Her eldest son is Harris Hay. Now, what do we know about Harissimo? Oh, no, I have him here. What am I doing? So Harris Hay, and the Hays are a vassal house of House Frey. We have House Hay, House Ehrenford, and House Charlton are the 3 petty lords sworn to House Frey. So Harris Hay, what does he get up to? I'm genuinely checking this up online because I've forgotten. I'm trying to purge the video from my brain before I lose my mind. All the facts are dripping out like water. All the facts are dribbling out of my ears like grease dribbling from a fat man's chin at a Winterfell feast. Yeah, so when Tywin defeats Stannis at Battle of the Blackwater, Harris is one of the people who are like, I don't know if our king can succeed. That's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. He's allowed to be doubtful of their chances of success. But he is at the Red Wedding. In fact, he's the one who. That's it. He wrestles the Vance that Blackwater hamstrings. So he probably kills that man. So he's active in it. He's not just getting people drunk or like disappearing with the women. He is wrestling people. He's murdering people. He's taking part in the Red Wedding. Not having that. Right, a feast for crows when news of the raid, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and then he's sent to investigate salt pans. So, okay. So on one hand, he takes part in the Red Wedding. On the other hand, he is investigating the city that got burnt down and raided and raped and so on by the Bloody Mamas. So, you know, he's trying to help out the common people. Either way, he's either Freylia or Weasel. I feel like confirmation that you took part in the Red Wedding has to be Weasel, like inherently Weasel. Unless you are in some way like weird or badass enough to make it into S tier. I'm going to say Weasel for this guy. Just because wrestling people at the Red Wedding, like, that's just pathetic. I'm going to wrestle a fucking drunken guy and kill him because he can't fight back. Scumbag. Dude, you're crazy as fuck. All the Freys, bless your heart. That's what the channel is, bro. That's what the channel is. Every Frey explained, and now we're ranking every Frey. Oh, it's been an hour and a half, and I haven't even finished the first row. Let's get this done. So he has a son called Walder, who is just a child. We know nothing about him. Pop him there. His younger brother is Donal, I believe. Let me just double check. That's correct. Yeah. Okay, so his youngest son is Alan Hay. Alan Hay we know nothing about, so I'm going to put Alan in average Frey, preemptively. But what about this boy? What about this guy? He is introduced to Catelyn at the Twins on the eve of Lord Edmure Tully's wedding. So that implies he is in fact... Oh, while travelling to the Twins, Sandor Clegane and Arya encounter Donal and his outriders. Okay. So... Yeah, so he's some way involved in the Red Wedding. Maybe he attacked the camps outside, etc., etc. I think he belongs with his brother. He's confirmed to he was there. He was there. None of them get off, right? None of them are getting off. Just because they're not described as killing anyone, if they are there at the Red Wedding, they are in Weasel tier. Which is a complete contradiction of everything I've said previously, because I literally said that Aenys is in Freylia because we don't have confirmation he killed anyone. Okay, I'm going to put this guy up in Freylia because no confirmation he killed anyone. Donal wrestled a Vance. He probably killed that guy, right? So he can go there. There's no consistency to this. Oh well. Anyway, we have now officially finished the Royce branch of House Frey. So all of his kids and grandkids, blah, 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 all his offspring... by Pera Royce, done. Next up, we're moving on to the Swan branch. His eldest son is Sir Jared Frey. Before we move on to Jared, I'm going to check out some more super chats. Thank you again for the super chat from Vanderman, who says, once again, Fantasy Haven is spot on when it comes to all things milk related. Praise be. Okay. For those who don't know, back in the day, there was a live stream. Someone asked me some kind of question about Lysa Tully's milk, and since then, the milk meme has taken over the channel. I'm fighting back against it, but I believe it may be a losing battle. Yes, and I already read the super chat from Jonas Fiala, who said dates above his league S tier, but like I said, Emmon didn't pull her, he had his dad do all the heavy lifting. And thank you for the super chat from Shannon J2, who asks, will you ever do Frey pie cooking video? So, yeah, Wyman has entered the chat. So for those who don't know, I did a cooking video. I did a recipe from the 10-year-old Feast of Ice and Fire book, and another recipe from the one that came out this year, or maybe last year. I think it was this year, the Game of Thrones cookbook. I did a feast from each. Sisterman stew from the first book, Dothraki blood pie from the other book, and then for patrons I made some Sansa lemon cakes, right? And not many people watched that video because it's kind of niche, but those who did seem to enjoy it. It was lots of fun to make. I do want to do more cooking videos because, you know, if people liked it so much. A Frey pie cooking video, that would be fun. I don't know where I would get the meat from, because it's not a legal, let's just say it's not a legal source of meat. I can't exactly go to the supermarket and ask for Frey thigh. And if I were to ask for Frey breast, they would just give me Gatehouse Amy, so who knows. That could be fun though, actually doing a big old meat pie and like throwing in mystery meat and pretending it's Frey meat. That could be good. Okay, one more super chat. Thank you, Swabby and Bannerman. Again, no, not Lysa Milk, Alice Rivers Milk. Okay, so I have two fans. One who seems to be more of a Lysa stan and one who seems to be more of an Alice Rivers stan. I don't know why. But thanks for supporting the channel, I guess. Awesome. Now, let's... wait, let me just look at the chat. I haven't looked at the chat. How are people doing? Getting people purposefully drunk to facilitate their murder is still incredibly evil as hell. Yes, it's incredibly evil, but there are different levels of evil, you know? Like, I don't want to put I don't know. Weasel, I want Weasel to be, like, the absolute worst. Like, getting someone drunk so that someone else murders them is evil. It's not as bad as being the man with the axe digging it into an unarmed woman's stomach. Okay, Jared Frey. Speaking of evil, this guy, is he mentioned as being in a Red Wedding? I don't remember, but he travels to White Harbour and he lies about the Red Wedding. He just full on lies about it. He bullshit. He's like, oh yeah, Robb Stark turned into a werewolf, and then killed everyone, and he killed your son, rest in peace. Your son sacrificed himself. He's like, him and his family had Wyman Manderly's son shot through the mouth with a crossbow bolt, and he has the gall to go over and treat him like a big fat idiot, be like, oh yeah, your son got killed when Robb Stark turned into a wolf. And then he lies about his own son. Like, it's not bad enough that he lies about that. He's like, oh, my own son was killed by... It's like, no, your son was killed by the Hound in the camps. Like, just scummy. Just such a evil... Such a weird lie as well. Like, why not be like, oh, the Red Wedding, yeah, Robb tried to assassinate Walder. It was a trap. Why would you be like, he turned into a werewolf? It's like, dude, you could have... The lie would have been incredulous to begin with. Maybe he was just like, fuck it, they're not going to believe anything we say. He turned into a werewolf. Sure, why not? And of course, Wyman plays along with it, which is quite awesome. Let me double check if he's at the Red Wedding, but he does lie about the Red Wedding, which is pretty nasty and manipulative. And just lie, like, making up how his own son died to sell this story about Robb being a fucking furry. It's like, ugh, stop, what's wrong with you? His son's at the Red Wedding, but I don't know if he himself is at the Red Wedding. Just for being a dirty liar. Oh, and also, Davos calls him a liar, and he takes out his sword, and he's like, duel me then, sir. If you're going to call me a liar, fight me. And it's like, put your sword away, you silly fool. He's correct, you are a liar. Fucking grandstanding, threatening him to a duel in a hall where it's not allowed to take place. He's like, yes, I'm a noble, honourable knight, and you besmirched my name, my honour, so I'm gonna duel you. But it's like, but all, it's because you had to leave this hall right now and let me carry on lying about. Yeah, he's going in failure. He's a complete failure. Fuck Jared. Oh, and I believe we need a pie, not just any old pie, but a mustachioed Jared pie. I don't know if anyone noticed that in the video, but I gave this pie a little moustache. There we go. Jared gets the pie. Next up, we have Jared's son, Tytos. So, we don't know much about him, but we know that he is one of the Freys. During the Red Wedding, he is not doing the indoors massacre, he's doing the outdoors massacre. He's attacking the camps along with Sagar's Goodbrook and Bastard Walder Rivers, etc. So, just to clarify, he's running around cutting down drunken, unarmed soldiers and probably taking part in, rigging, the traps where they're like the tents falling on people and being caught on fire and all that stuff. Like, he is killing unarmed people. That itself is bad enough. But also, he starts chasing after Arya for reasons that aren't explained, and then she is saved by the Hound, who, buries an axe in his head. The question is, why? Why does he... And I say that in a video, I'm like, surely he doesn't go, oh my god, that's Arya Stark, because she's dressed as a peasant and there's no reason to suspect he knows what she looks like, etc. But, like, you're hunting down Stark soldiers, and Northern soldiers, and Riverland soldiers. Why would you chase after, like, a peasant girl? Like, the only justification is, well, either he's just full of bloodlust and he's like, I'm chasing after everything and I'm killing everything, or it's like, I'm going to have my way with her. I'm high on adrenaline, there's a girl running past, I'm going to grab her, and, I think that's the implication. So this guy's going in Weasel. This guy is... certified lover Frey. Certified pedophile. That probably just got the video demonetized. He has a daughter. Does he have a daughter? Let me go back onto the... I don't remember any of this. I try to purge it from my mind. Blum, ba-dum-dum. Yes, Zia. Oh, yes. He has Zia and Zachary. Right. So we don't know anything about Zia, but... Yeah, Zia and Zachary, and the mother is Zoe Blaintree, so they just did the whole Z names. That's kind of cute. I'm not going to lie. That's kind of cute. Zia Frey, you can go in average, although I respect the name. And Zachary, he's training to be a Septon, actually. Maybe he can go in wholesome. He's training to be a Septon, right? He's just a kid and he's training to be a man of faith. Let's put him in wholesome, shall we? Or is that is that besmirching wholesome? I think that wait, let's calm down here. Let's calm down. He could be a piece of shit, we don't know. Average Frey. So yeah, someone's raising the point that it could just be it was dark. But like, you know, if it's dark, even then I think you can tell the difference. Like, you're on horseback. I think you tell the difference between like adult men running away from you and like a 9-year-old girl. Or just a child. It might not even be a girl, but just like a 9-year-old. Was he like, yo, that's a tiny fucking Stark soldier right there. This will be easy. Right, and then there is Titus' sister, Tita. Because Freys are annoying. Tita Frey, we don't know anything about her, but quite sympathetic, because like her father Jared is a pie, and her mother died in childbirth, I think, and her brother Titus was stabbed in the head with an axe, and her husband Garth Goodbrook also died fighting in the camps. So you can imagine Garth and Titus probably fought together, right? Brother-in-laws bravely killing innocents, and so she's like, fuck, I've lost everyone. She's gonna go there. And then Walder and Jane, we don't know much about Walder and Jane, so they, likewise, are going to go in average Frey. And now we have maxed out average Frey because most of these Freys we know nothing about. That's the secret to the video. That there's actually, most Freys don't have that deep lore. There are a few Freys with very deep lore and then a bunch of random Freys. So it was fun to like go through that, make a whole ass character and be like, they are gonna appear in the video for like 2 seconds. Bum, bada, bum. Let's shrink you motherfuckers down and let's move ya. Whoop. Oh, I don't know why I did that. There we go. No, stop. What am I doing? There we go. Bum bum. Yeah. Boomerhaven strikes again. Oh, for fuck's sake. No. I'm trying to... You know what? I don't care about that one. Let's shrink them all. Shrink them. Shrink them all. No, not those ones. Shrink... What am I doing? What am I actually doing? What am I... Okay, forget it. I don't care. For like a solid 10 seconds, I lost like 20 viewers. Shit. For like a solid 10 seconds, I forgot I was live streaming. I was like boomering up. I was like, why... Like, let's move on. So, the next one, because with Walder Frey's second wife, he's only got 2 sons, Jared and Lucian. First off, Lucian. What a name. There's the plane going overhead. Walder Frey sending a hit squad to take me out for besmirching his name. Lucian is a great fucking name. Septon Lucian? How is this guy not a main character? Septon Lucian. I like that. So, first off, he's not just a Septon, he's a member of the Most Devout. So he's grinded his way to the top. The Most Devout are basically like the Cardinals. They're like the top of the faith. They are below the High Septon, right? You have, you train to be a Septon. Excuse me. You become a Septon with your own sept. And then the Most Devout are like the inner circle, the most powerful members who vote for the next High Septon. And usually it's it's a member of the Most Devout who's like, I want to run, and another one says, no, I do, and then they curry favour. So Septon Lucian wants to be the High Septon after the previous High Septon is smothered by a kettle black on the orders of Cersei. Lucian's like, well, here's my shot. I'm going to make my father proud, and I'm going to be High Septon Lucian Frey. Imagine that. Walder Frey would have been on top of the world. A Frey High Septon, you kidding me? But, and during that, so we know it doesn't go his way. We know the High Sparrow wins. But what does he attempt to do? He invites a bunch of Most Devout to a place. Is it to the Sept? I think it's to the Sept. And he hosts like a massive feast to bribe them, basically. He's basically bribed. He's like, vote for me. The other candidate, Septon Oladol, was found in a brothel. He's a scumbag. Vote for me, and I'll get you a little something something. You want some more wine, Septon? You want Septon John? You want some wine? There you go. What about you, Septon Septon Chungus? You want some bit more chicken thigh? There you go, mate. Don't forget to vote for me. Yeah, you vote for me? Good. They're all wearing like a Make the Faith Great Again hats. They're like, come on, guys, come on. Lucian is the man. But then, of course, the High Sparrow, they're all threatened at axe point to vote for the High Sparrow. But what do we know about him? He's corrupt. All of this to say he's a corrupt religious leader. So, yeah, he's grinded his way to the top. You got to respect that. He nearly became High Septon. But he was going to seize it, not through, shall we say, populism, like the High Sparrow. No, he was gonna bribe the most elite of society. So I think he goes below average. I think that corruption makes him a Freylier. You're a Freylier. Goddamn. He's a coastal elite. That's all I can say. And that's the Swan branch done. So every time I finish a branch, I check out the super chat. So let's have a look. Thank you for the super chat from Iri, who says, I really like your videos, they're so fun. Thank you very much. How do you think Walder Frey will die? Shoved into a well, or natural causes, or something else? So, I'll go into more detail tomorrow. Because tomorrow... yeah, let's say tomorrow. Sure, why not? Tomorrow I'll be doing my Frey iceberg theory video, where I'm going to make an iceberg and look at every single theory. From the most obvious, like Frey pies, to the most esoteric, like, I don't know, Walder Frey is Garth Greenhand reborn. How will Walder Frey die? So I was talking about this with my patrons earlier today, actually, only a couple of hours ago. On one hand, he could live, and he could see his family tear itself apart, and he can realise he fucked up, and that his ambition and his spite and his greed and his treachery has led to something he genuinely holds dear, because he's not like Ryman where he doesn't care about his family. He actually cares about them. Watching them all collapse, watching them kill each other, get torn apart by wolves, get hanged by outlaws, get invaded, whatever. He gets to watch it fall apart. And there's satisfaction in that from the reader, and there's poetry there. But at the same time, if we're going to have the Frey civil war and the Frey factions fighting against each other, that's kind of predicated on Walder Frey dying, right? His death kind of needs to be the catalyst for that civil war to take place. And, you know, the natural causes one is a classic, where they're like, you know, sometimes in real life you have the most evil, horrific monsters, dictators, etc., who just die peacefully. Like, they just get old and they die, and it's a giant fuck you to the world. And it could just be that, right? Kind of cruel irony, that you expect him to have a satisfying death and he just dies. But that, of course, would lead to the house blowing up. And in terms of being shoved into a well, that, of course, as I mentioned in my video, that comes from Duncan being like, this is an annoying kid. Someone's going to throw him down a well one day. Maybe it'll be me. But that is the whole throwing someone down a well. That does come back. That's not just like a random throwaway line. Duncan goes on to throw Alan Cockshaw down a well and kill him after Alan Cockshaw tries to murder him first. So he does end up throwing someone down a well. So it might be foreshadowing for that and not necessarily for Walder Frey. But I don't know. You know, it could be fun because he's in a palanquin, right? He travels around in a palanquin because he can't walk. He's got gouty legs. The idea of like tipping it over and throwing him down a well, or throwing him maybe off the bridge into the river. There's quite a few things you could do. It's quite fun. I would say I'm happy with all of them, but I kind of like the idea of him staying alive while his house collapses around him. I think that's the most satisfying. If you can find a way to have the Frey Civil War blow up while he's still alive, but I'm not entirely sure how you do that, because he's the glue holding it all together. You know, he's the Queen Elizabeth II. Another super chat from Swabby and Bannerman. Thank you so much. It's the Dornish flying towards the Freys twins. Oh, that's going to be the death of Walder Frey, is it? Is it going to be there's a Dornish plane heading towards the Frey twin towers? It's an inside job. Joffrey, not Joffrey, Tommen did it. Dornish dragons don't melt brick beams. All right, shall we continue, everyone? Let's go. Okay, so we are now moving on to the Crackle branch of House Frey. So, Walder Frey's third wife, Melissa Crackle. The Crackles are known for being big, strong, tough. They're soldiers, they're brutes. The women, usually large breasts, wide hips, very fertile, have lots of kids. That was unintentional bars right there. And so, unlike, like I said, the Rosby Freys are like the most stereotypical Freys, the kind of weaselly, balding, chinless ones. The Crackles are the big, large, fat ones, or the burly ones. And so, Hostine is the largest and the strongest of all of the Freys. He is the warrior Frey. He takes part in all kind of tourneys and battles. So you do have to respect that. You do have to respect that he is a good soldier. He is a good fighter. Is he a good commander? No, because Walder Frey calls him... Stannis calls him so stupid. Stannis is like, in the Sump chapter, he's like, oh, Aenys broke his neck, falling down a hole. Hostine is still alive? Good. Hostine's going to command the Frey troops. He's going to attack me, and he's going to fuck it up because he's an idiot. Unless our expectations are going to be subverted and he's actually a good commander. But I think the implication is he's just kind of a dumb guy. And he's like quick to anger. But what has he actually done that's villainous? First off, he takes part in the Red Wedding. And he isn't just there. He has his sword out and he's attacking people with his sword. He kills Lucas Blackwood, who is a unarmed teenage Blackwood. He cuts him down with a sword. So he murders an unarmed teenager. And then in Winterfell, when he finds the dead body of Little Walder, he blames Wyman Manderley, not without good cause, by the way, right? It must be said that not without good cause, and he attacks Wyman and almost kills him, slices his chins. Wyman is protected because he's so fat, but he tries to kill Wyman Manderley, who is RG. So he tries to kill the one and only Lord Lard, and he cuts down unarmed Lucas Blackwood. Fuck you, you're going into Weasel. I know he's a big, strong guy, right? And he's a good soldier, so at least he's good at something. He's not like Ryman or Edwin, where they're just wastes of space. But if you're, again, you can't use the good warrior card when you're using those skills to murder Blackwoods. Unarmed Blackwoods, goddamn. Did he rank Black Walder already? Don't worry, Dragonov, I ranked Black Walder. He's S tier. The S tier is reserved for like... excuse me. Reserved for like the standout phrase, the meme phrase, the phrase that have impact. The great phrase. Not good or bad, but great. So, next up... sorry for the sniffs, by the way. Let me have some water. I'm still recovering from my flu. Imagine I came back with a Kermit voice. Where's Kermit Frey? We know that's the real land's name. There needs to be a Kermit Frey. This is his son, Arwood. So as you can see with the drawing, I just made him younger and got rid of his stubble. Arwood Frey is his son. He rides out to salt pans, to hunt down the outlaws and so on. We don't know much about him. Maybe he's brave because he's out looking for the outlaws, but we'll probably see more of him. But for now, he can go an average. We don't know enough about Arwood. He's got a cool name though. And then Arwood has a bunch of kids he's married to a Royce. Actually, like I said, the Royces are big. Royces are large. So when you have Crackle genes and Royce genes, these are going to be some big kids. Let me get the names up. I don't remember the Arwood children. Oh, yes. There's Rhaella, who is... What's Rhaella's shtick? Just Rhaella. Let me just double check. Yeah, okay. There's Rhaella, who we don't know anything about. There's the twins, Alan and who was it? Andrew and Alan. We don't know anything about them. There's not even much point making them larger and showing you. And then there's the baby Hostella. Probably named Hostella, presumably like a female version of Hostine, which is quite funny. A feminized version of his father's name. And then we have Walder Frey's second daughter, and his first daughter with the Crackle, and that is Lythene. Of course, I designed her to look like a Crackle, with the wide hips, large breasts, dark hair, brown eyes, very Crackle. She is married to John Wilde, Lord John Wilde, and so she has the wild colour scheme, the turquoise and the yellow, and if you look at her necklace, she's got the wild whirlpool. That's the sigil of House Wild. Quinn the GM is in the chat. Has he gone insane yet? I feel like I went slightly insane, like, 15 minutes ago, maybe half an hour ago, and I'm recovering a little bit. We're nearly finishing the first row, and it's already been almost 2 hours of the live stream, so we need to be faster. Okay, Lythene. We know nothing about Lythene. Lythene is an average Frey. Let's put her there. Lythene, I made a mistake. This is Lythene. What am I talking about? Sorry, no. Lythene Frey is married to a Viperine, and that's why she has black and green. This Frey is Lythene's daughter, who's married to a Wild. She's married to John Wild. My bad. But again, we don't know anything about them. So, yeah, Lythene Frey has Daemon and Eliana, so that's Eliana. This is Daemon. I gave him the black and green of House Viperine. Their sigil's like a toad or something. And then this is little Rickard Wild, who is Eliana Viperine's son. So he's got some Frey in him. He's still in the mix because he's got a little bit of Frey in him. These people all need to be shrunk. I don't know. Anyway, moving on, we have Simond. So we're moving on from some Freys we don't know that much about to this is a more meaty Frey, a more ways than one. He's not necessarily described as being fat, but I had all the Crackle Freys built kind of the same way. They're either buff like Hostine or they're dad bod like Merit. So I wanted to do something different. So I made Simond full on big chungus. So Simond travels with Rhaegar and Jared to White Harbour. So again, we don't know if he was part of the Red Wedding, but he's talking about it. You know, they're lying about it to Wyman's face, being a scumbag. So he's already in that Freylier tier, just because he's part of that whole get-up. But also, not just that, he's a spy master clinking coins, right? Which could be one of two things. One, Manderley's calling him a spy master because he's specifically spying on Manderley. He's bribing soldiers and guards and maids and so on to spy on Wyman to make sure that he is loyal. And was it bribing Wyman's court fool by having his wife's handmaid seduce her, etc. Or he's being referred to as a spy master because he is the Frey spy master. We don't know that. The appendix doesn't say that. We know Lame Lothar is the steward of the twins. It could be that Simond is the spy master of the twins. And some of these Freys, we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. People like Simond, we shouldn't. So if he's the spy master, we can probably assume he had a large part to play in the Red Wedding, right? If he's like the fucking intelligence officer, then yeah, he probably had his hand in the Red Wedding. I'll put him in Freylier with all the other pie boys because we don't quite have enough. There's not enough on him in terms of like who he is, but he can hold a pie to represent. There we go. I needed one of them to be skinny, right? If they're making full-on pork pies, do you think they're getting enough? They're scraping enough meat off of skinny-ass Jared Frey and Rhaegar's potbelly? No, they needed a big, chunky Crackle Frey to get those pork pies going. Simond is married to Batharios of Bravos. It's not mentioned whether she's part of any noble house or whether it's just a kind of like middle-aged white dude married to a Thai model vibe where he's just like, hey, a hot foreigner, come and marry me, I'm rich. But yeah, so I gave his kids slightly more tanned skin tone to represent that they're half Bravosi. That they're, excuse me a second. I'm trying not to sneeze or blow my nose during this live stream. Thanks for your patience. So this is his eldest son, who is Alessander. We know two things about Alessander. One is that he's a singer. Okay, so he's got some skill. He's got some talent, right? Most of the Freys don't. So this is someone who has some talent to his name. He can do something. Does he use it for good or for evil? Right? Is he one of the singers on the balcony during the Red Wedding who then takes out a crossbow? No, he's not at the Red Wedding. It's explicitly stated, oh yeah, Alessander's not here, sorry, he's somewhere else. Now, we don't know why. We know nothing about Alessander. Like, Oliver and Perwyn Frey aren't at the Red Wedding because the Rosby Freys are kind of loyal to Rob and actually like him, so they're not invited because they can't be trusted. But Alysander's just like a random singer who has never met Rob or anything. So why is Alysander even? I mean, I don't know if it was like something that George was going to expand on but never did, or something that George cut, or whether he just was like, okay, realistically, not every single Frey is going to take part. So let me find someone from the appendix. Who could be someone who hasn't been invited? Let's choose this guy. So you can imagine him being kind of like a Rhaegar type, like romantic singer who is like, oh, my family, I hate my family. They're going to kill all the Starks. They've locked me in my room. Oh, woe is me. And then he sings a little ballad about how sad life is. So he's going in wholesome. He's going in wholesome because he wasn't allowed in a Red Wedding, which means he wouldn't have taken part. He was a good guy. You could argue that not taking part in a treacherous massacre of unarmed people is status quo. No, it's not. When it comes to the phrase, if we have active confirmation you didn't do that, you are wholesome. By Frey standards. Yeah. And he has a sister, Alex Frey, who is considered one of the other nubile Freys, right? Alongside Fair Walder, Catelyn is like, oh, Alex Frey is quite good looking. Again, half Bravosi, maybe she's got a hot trophy wife, gold digging mum, right, from Bravos. Yeah, and so she's good looking. She's also there with Fair Walder at the Red Wedding, sitting next to Rob, being like, you could have married us, Rob, that's a shame. But I'm going to give her the same benefit of the doubt I gave to Fair Walder, which I don't give to other Freys. Maybe I only give it to the attractive Freys. But she disappears from the Red Wedding after the bedding ceremony. We don't know if the women knew about the massacre, or if they were just told to go away and then it happened. Benefit of the doubt, I'm going to go average. I won't go wholesome because we don't know anything about her, right? Like, she's just like a Frey. You know? Like, does she... Yeah, she dances with Robin Flint. See, here's the thing. If she dances with Robin Flint, that is nice and wholesome. But if she knew about the Red Wedding, that's somehow, like, that's, like, slightly psychopathic, even, to, like, take part in the revelries. But, dude, that one guy spamming S, relax. You don't have to... Every time there's, like, a hot Frey. I'm going to say... I'm going to go average. We don't know enough about her. I know some of you want her to go up a tier simply because she's an attractive Frey, and that in itself means something just because of how unlucky they are genetically. I'm going to go average. And I'm going to use this opportunity to... Not S tier, fellas. We have one hot Frey in S tier. We gave Fair Walder S tier just because she's the hottest Frey. Alex is like the second hottest Frey. Female Frey, of course. None of the men are described as being attractive, but we can assume... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck off. Oh, god damn it. Never mind. We can assume Black Walder's attractive, right? Seeing as he's sleeping with everyone, including family members. Like... Although, to be fair, another stain against Black Walder, we don't actually know whether he's consensually sleeping with all these family members. He might not be. He could be forcing himself on them, which would be within his character because, you know, he is Black Walder. He is angry, dark, etc. This chat is surprisingly thirsty. Nothing surprising about it. Have you been to even the live streams when I'm just talking about casual stuff, people go crazy. Okay, joking aside, calm down with the spam. It's okay if you want to say what tier it is, but don't put the same tier like 10 times in a row because you're just blocking everyone else's discussion. Okay. And he has another son called Bradamar Frey, who is currently in Bravos being warded by a Bravosi merchant. Now, we don't know anything about him. That's cool. That he's working with a merchant. He's like an apprentice, right? Being taught the ropes. He's a Sigma businessman over in Bravos, but for now he can go in average because we don't know much about him. Now we move on to Danwell Frey. I think this is Freylia. This is pathetic. He's just someone who keeps failing, right? Like not keeps failing, but he's just kind of, you know, he gets captured during the war, and he's tasked with getting Mark Piper drunk playing drinking games with Mark Piper. So like the implication is like if he's one of the ones tasked with getting them drunk, he's kind of one of the more pathetic Freys. And he gets unhorsed by like a hedge knight at the Hans tourney, and Walder Frey's really embarrassed. Like, I didn't raise this fucking guy. God damn. Yeah, he's just. And he also doesn't have any kids, so Walder Frey probably thinks he's a bit pathetic. Like, oh, you haven't given me. Yeah, so he's a Freylea. Dan Wells a Freylea. Not much to say there. Oh boy. Okay, where do we begin with Merritt Frey? Where do we begin? He may have had the longest section in the video beside Walder Frey. Where do we begin with Merritt, right? So, I'll get some water quickly. Oh, sorry, my nose is really blocked. I know people want me to change it to Freylea, spelt like Frey, but that just looks like Freylure, you know? Freylure. Anyway, no, not S tier. Not S tier for Merritt. So, when he's a kid, he's a bully. But he's also a fuck-up, because he gets hit over the head during a fight. He gets captured and branded, so he's kind of like a bully who then becomes a joke. There's some sympathy there, right? He's got crippling headaches, and because of that he drinks, and because he drinks, it means that he's a bit of a drunkard, so he's just kind of a joke. No one respects him. His family doesn't respect him. He thinks his daughters are all failures, right? Where he's like, one of them's too fat, and the other one's like sleeps around all the time, and blah blah blah. He's very woe is me, but yeah, he's the classic kind of like bully jock who thinks he's gonna go far, but then he gets a bum knee. And then he realizes he hasn't got a diploma, and he gets like a shitty job. And next thing you know, he's got no money, and he's like overweight and drunk, and his family hates him. And he's like, he peaked in high school. Merritt peaked in high school. He's like Dennis from Always Sunny. He peaked in high school, and then everything turned to shit, including him. And then during the series, he's like, okay, well, I'm scared. And it's the sort of, he doesn't take part in the Red Wedding because he's like, yeah, I want to do this, because he's sadistic or because he's nasty or anything. He's doing it out of fear. Because Ryman's going to be the future lord. This is before Ryman gets hanged. Ryman's going to be the future lord, and he's like, me and my family, no one likes us. We're going to get kicked out the twins by Ryman, so I need to prove my worth. So he takes part in it, but again, he tried to get the Great John drunk. I nearly said pregnant. He tries to get the Great John pregnant. That's a fan fiction that does not need to exist, but now will, because I spoke it into existence. No, he tries to get the Great John drunk, but it doesn't work, so he passes out, and he's like, fuck, I'm even more of a failure, so I'm going to try and rescue Peter Pimple from outlaws. So, the most evil thing he does is take part in a Red Wedding by getting someone drunk, but he does it out of fear. The bravest thing he does is offer to save Peter Pimple from outlaws, but he also does that one out of fear and a desire not to get kicked out. So his worst and best moments were out of being scared of Ryman. So I think that's just Freylea. That's just full on. That's no character embodies and personifies the Freylea label. Okay, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to move on to Merritt's children. So, when I get this next Frey up, can the chat promise to just relax? Okay, chill. Just relax. Okay, let's take this seriously. Is this next person S tier, wholesome, average, Freylea Weasel? Next up, we are looking at Amarai Frey. And if you must know, her nickname is Gatehouse Amy. So, what do we know about Gatehouse Amy? Well, so she's called Gatehouse Amy because she opens her portcullis for every passing night. She is she's living her brat summer, and she's got no regrets. She's super flirtatious and super promiscuous. She goes around sleeping with whoever she wants. When she was younger, she was with, the chat is of course exploding. When she was younger, she was with the stable grooms. There were like 3 stable hands. So 3, okay, she was having fun. She was keeping herself occupied, and then she got caught and she got married off to Pate of the Blue Fork. Then he died, and she got married off to Lancel. There's something quite funny about like the most promiscuous Frey getting married to Lancel, who at that point is like a complete like Volcel. He's like super religious, begone thought. I don't want to have sex ever. Yeah, she's yeah, and she sleeps around. She apparently sleeps with Black Walder, her own cousin, which is fun. She flirts with both Strongbow, Lionel Crakehall, as well as Harwin Plum, known as Hardstone. And you know, Jaime's watching on, and he's like, "Girl, calm down, woman." The fact you have her winking. Hold on, I just picked a random picture, and it accidentally was the winking one. So yeah, she's a meme in the fandom, basically. She's also beyond the whole haha she's a slut, like she's quite unless I'm misremembering, she's quite like intelligent and likable, and sort of, you know, you get the impression she's quite good at playing men, and all the Crakehall Freys are like gathered around her, around Darry, and I think she's gonna have a part to play in the upcoming Frey Civil War. Like, one of the factions will be the Crakehalls at Darry, being like, Darry belongs to us, right? Because she's the daughter of, because Gatehouse Amy is the daughter of Maria Darry, and all the male Darrys are gone. She's like, I am the Lady of Darry. This is my castle. So I can, you know, see her like gathering loyal supporters, and when there's a civil war, the Crakehalls are like, Darry is our castle. This is our base of strength. And maybe the Lannister Freys, their base of strength is Riverrun, and there are other Freys who have taken over the twins, and you could, you know, 3-sided civil war kind of thing. I don't know, but either way, I think there's a lot of potential. And she might, if she survives the series, she might come out as the Lady of Darry. But yes, she is going in Freylia. No, she's not. She's going in S tier. Come on. How could she not? She's too much of a meme to not be S tier. Yeah. It's funny, the way she's described is like so specific. It's specific, but like you immediately know. You know what I mean? He's like, she's attractive but kind of chinless, and she's got ample bosom, long legs, and blah blah. And it's like, yeah, I can like exactly picture what George is going for in terms of what Gatehouse Amy's vibe is. So next up, we have the one, the only, Fat Walder Bolton. Here in the Bolton pink dress. Now, I made a mistake drawing her, I think. I didn't draw Fat Walder, I drew Thick Walder. I think she's too thick. She's too curvy. I should have drawn her rounder. She's a very small, very round woman. Oh, sorry, I keep hitting the desk, my bad. So, yeah, she's a... And that's why I made the Darrys blonde, by the way, because she's described as being blonde, and the Crakehalls are not described as being blonde. So I was like, that's from the Darry line. She's... You know, she's pretty wholesome, and she's wholesome too. Again, there's the whole, she is at the Red Wedding, but maybe she didn't know it was going to happen, etc. But she's always gushing over Roose Bolton, and like she loves him so much, and she writes letters to him while he's at Harrenhal, like, oh, my betrothed. This fucking like middle-aged vampire-looking dude is like, I'm gonna pick you because you're fat. And she's like, oh, my love, I'm swooning. And then she's like just having fun at Winterfell, eating all the pies and like just chilling. There's like chaos happening around her, and she's like, I'm having fun. I'm the Lady of the Dreadfort now. So she's going in wholesome. She is absolutely dead though. Like, I don't know how she's dying. Is Ramsay gonna kill her like in the show? Maybe. Is she gonna be like, you know, some kind of revenge, like anti-Bolton, anti-Frey Northerners? Because she's both. She's a Frey and a Bolton. Are they going to kill her out of revenge for what both houses have done to the North and the Starks as a kind of... Because it's really important that innocent Freys are killed. Like, it's really important that the wholesome Freys, the innocent Freys, children, etc., are butchered during, like, in the next book, because you can't have a revenge plot which is all the bad guy Freys die and then all the others are... everything's really cool and they take over. Like, no. To show how destructive revenge is and how that creates a cycle, etc., you do need, like, innocent Freys to be killed. So I can see Walder being killed off. And they have a younger sister called Marissa. We don't know anything about her, but she's bald because she's got some head lice. She can go in average. She's an average Frey. Oh, whoops. Excuse me. And then finally we have Little Walder. Sorry, nearly got that mixed up. We have Little Walder. After Little Walder, I'm gonna pop to the toilet, and I'll be back soon. But Little Walder, get it because he's big and fat, but it says little. Haha. I gave him like the bowl cut and the rosy cheeks just to make him look even more punchable. Big Walder's just a fat bully, right? He's basically, he is how his father is described. When his father was a young squire, he's just like a fat bully. He's mean to Bran. He like makes threats about like Summer. He's like, oh, I'm gonna kill your direwolf. He bullies Hodor, which is inexcusable. And he's racist to the chronicling. He's just fucking racist. See, all of this does suggest Weasel. But he is a child. He is a child. Oh, and when he's Ramsay's squire, he like enjoys it a lot, right? Big Walder, the smaller one, is kind of freaked out by Ramsay. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Little Walder is like, hell yeah. And like I said, as I said in the video, 5-year time skip, you can imagine that Little Walder is meant to be like, in 5 years, he's like a gross teenage mini Ramsay who's like fucking torturing and killing people. But yeah, he is... I'm going to put him in Freylia. I'm not going to do Weasel because he hasn't killed anyone and he's a kid, so you can't be super mad at him, but he's a scumbag. He's a scumbag. Bullying Hodor almost puts him into Weasel, but he's not like a murderer. Okay, I am going to go to the toilet while we're waiting. Do I have the fun hey, that's cute. Let's put this up on screen while we're waiting. The late Lord Haven. There we go. I'll be back shortly. In the meantime, and then when I return, we'll be moving on to Sir Jeremy Frey. Jeremy with a G, because why not? I'll be back soon, everyone. Get some snacks, get some refreshments, pop to the toilet. I'll be back. Fear not, fear not. Horatio Charles Haven is back. I have returned. I hope you'll grab some popcorn and hot chocolate. Let's continue the tier list. Oh, I'll quickly do some live streams, I think. There we go. Have some water. I'm such a bitch when I have the flu. I'm like such a... just full-on man flu. I'm like writhing in bed like, oh, I can't do anything. I need to rest my head on Jenna Lannister's lap to recover, if only. Another super chat from the Swabian Bannerman, thank you so much. Will Ramsay kill Roose or Roose Ramsay? That's an excellent question. So obviously in the show, Ramsay kills Roose, and the show sucks. Roos's death sucks. Ramsay sucks. Roos is cool in the show. I think Ramsay in the show sucks. He starts off cool, and then they just turn him into the Westerosi Joker, which is fine, I guess. I prefer him more as a... I prefer Ramsay more as a sort of powerful serial killer, like a serial killer who can get away with it because he's the son of a lord. Like, he has sort of like Saddam Hussein's children, like, vibe. Like, their father's powerful, so they can get away being absolute psychopaths. Just, I prefer the creepy medieval serial killer over, like, the Joker in Westeros, right? But that's what Ramsay did in the show, and that's fine. But I don't like how it was just constant. He was like a villainous Gary Stew. Everything went his way. There were no consequences to any of his actions. And him losing and dying at the end was not due to actions having consequences. He got away with everything. It was just the Deus Ex Machina of the Knights of the Vale charging in, which was out of his control. Like, it just... Oh, whoops, I guess... You know... And him killing Roose... I watched that scene and I was like, are we really going to waste this amazing actor and this cool villain on a really badly directed murder scene, by the way? Ramsay stabbing him in the, like, not even like in the heart, like it looked like below the heart, and then like Roose sinks to his knees and goes, whoa, and then falls back and dies instantly, despite it being like a short blade in one space. It's like just a really awkward, weird scene, followed by Balon being thrown off the bridge by Euron, which was actually quite well directed. So I was like, I guess the B team was working on one of those. So anyway, to get to the point, does Ramsay kill Roose in the show because George gave them notes? And that's what happens in the book. Because we know that there was a script. George wrote the episode 2, season 4 script, The Lion and the Rose, and he wanted a scene that showcased Ramsay's hounds, because and in that old script he had a note being like, you know, the hounds are important because they're going to fight direwolves later, and people who found that were like, what the fuck? So that implies that Ramsay and some direwolves, Ramsay's hounds and direwolves will have a scrap. People suspect something along the lines of Stannis will take Winterfell, Ramsay flees back to the Dreadfort, and then because he's like a black mirror to Jon Snow, especially with the pink mirror, we have Jon and Ghost versus Ramsay and his hounds kind of vibe. Or maybe Jon and Ghost, Rickon and Shaggy Dog, right, together, teaming up against his hounds. And if that is true and Ramsay is to like escape, then that kind of implies Roose is gonna die before him, and that Ramsay is like the big bad of the North before things stabilize in the North. And like I said, he is a good black mirror to Jon, so he's a good enemy for Jon. And there are many ways Roose can die. Like, it could be Stannis burns him at the stake. It could be that the Northern Lords kill him, poison him or whatever, poison his cup of Hippocras. It could be, I think there's Preston Jacobs has talked about how like the Winterfell, like more and more snow is piling on the Winterfell roofs, and like the roofs of Winterfell are like, the towers are constructed in a way that's like designed to handle heavy snow, but the roof of the Great Hall isn't. And there's the idea that like the Great Hall roof will collapse, like the stable roof collapses, and he's saying that's foreshadowing for like the Hall roof is going to collapse, and Roose Bolton's going to be like buried in snow, and it'll kind of be like the North is literally getting its revenge on him. It's crushing him under snow, like the elements are being like fuck you, which would also be cool. But I think it is, if we are sticking to your question, which is Roose or Ramsay, who's going to kill who, I think it is more likely that Ramsay kills Roose, because the whole unruly wildcard son killing Roose to then be a little nemesis for Jon makes more sense than the older one killing like, it doesn't make sense for Roose to kill Ramsay in narratively, but in terms of logic, it'll be very weird if Roose is like, oh, you're my crazy psycho son who's gonna kill all my kids with Fat Walder. I guess I'll make you the heir. Oh no, you've killed me. Who saw this coming? Like, it would be like how did you get into this fucking position? You know, Roose. It would make Roose look dumb, which is, he looked in the show, he looked dumb. So I wouldn't be a fan of that. I wouldn't be a fan of Ramsay killing Roose, actually. I want Roose to die another way. Roose killing Ramsay, that just feels weird to me. I don't know, that doesn't feel like it fits narratively. I think like I would prefer it, actually. I think personally I would prefer that. Just because I hate the idea of Ramsay killing Roose, but like I don't think it. Yeah, Roose skin changes. Oh, not skin changes, but Roose uses Ramsay's skin because he's a 1,000-year-old vampire. Anyway, that was a. This is what you get when you send me super chats. Apparently, I spend the next half hour answering. Let's carry on. Next up, we have. Oh, we are not close to the end. I'm going crazy. All right, lightning round. Jeremy Frey. We know nothing about him except his name is Jeremy with a G, which is based. And he drowns. So does he drown in a well? Does he drown in sailing somewhere? I don't know. Both of his kids are at the Vale. Does he take the long route and like sail to the Vale and then like drown on the way back, which would be quite tragic? His kids are Sandor Frey. Whoops, they're half Waynwood. Again, like the Craycrawls also have a connection to the Vale houses in that sense, as well as Walton Frey's branch. Sandor Frey is a squire to Donald Waynwood, who's the Knight of the Bloody Gate. That's a cool fact, but we don't know anything about him, so he is going into average Frey. And Cynthia Frey, the daughter, is the ward of Anya Waynwood, which is also cool. We don't know anything about her, but that is cool. And hopefully, maybe Sansa will meet a Frey. I feel like it would be a wasted opportunity if Sansa isn't like, oh my god, there's a fucking Frey in the Vale, you know? And now we move on to the ultimate George R. R. Martin self-insert. No, not Sam Tarly, Raymond Frey. So I'm going to repeat. I came up. This is like the only unique theory I have actually contributed to a Song of Ice and Fire discourse. Like genuinely, this is the only one. It's the idea that Raymond Frey is a self-insert. So George R. R. Martin has two middle names, Richard Raymond, and Raymond is his father's name, and he didn't have a great relationship with his father, apparently. His father was like very much like didn't understand his son being into nerdy stuff, I guess is the idea. But Raymond Frey doesn't do anything, doesn't say anything, he's not a major character or anything, but he is the one who kills Catelyn. And that's the last chapter George wrote because he found it so painful, so difficult to write. So you can imagine being like, I'm going to choose the Frey who's named after my middle name, Raymond Frey, to kill Catelyn because I am killing Catelyn, right? So maybe Raymond Frey is a self-insert, that he kind of represents the evil George in the... It's a bit of a stretch, but that's the theory. I pushed that in my POV Slayers video. Yeah, it's one of my better ones. It's an old one, but it's me looking at like... It's Raymond killing Catelyn, Zollo the Fat, maiming Jaime, cutting off his hand, and... who's the other one? Oh, and Ilan Payne killing Ned. So basically, people who are like... the characters who physically kill or harm major POV characters, but they're not the brains behind the brawn. They're not the ones giving the order. When you're like, who cut off Jaime's hand, your instinct is, oh, Vargo Hoat. Right? Who killed Catelyn? Oh, Walder Frey. Who killed Ned? Oh, Joffrey. And that video is about, no, what about the literal people wielding the blades who did the evil deed? Like, how much responsibility do they have? And, blah, blah, blah. So that's a fun video. Anyway, Raymond Frey. So we know nothing about him except he's at the Red Wedding and he kills Catelyn. So it could be a mercy kill. It could be that he saw this woman distraught, tearing her face up, and was like, "She's going crazy. I'm gonna end it now." Or it could be a revenge because it was like, oh, "You killed Jingle Bell. How dare you?" But I'm assuming the Freys don't give a fuck about Jingle Bell, so I think it was like a kind of mercy kill, like a heat of the moment. She's scratching her face and screaming like a madman. I'm gonna put her down like a dog, which isn't like that doesn't make him a better person because it's a mercy kill, like. You put her in a situation where she went crazy and then you killed her because you sent her crazy and it was annoying you. Like, what the fuck? You killed an unarmed woman after she saw her son die in front of her eyes. Because Catelyn was meant to be captured, by the way. She was meant to be a prisoner because, that's kind of an important prisoner. She wasn't meant to be killed, but Raymond was like, she's fucking going nuts right now. Or in the show, she screams and, like, gives up, basically, drops the dagger and then her throat is slit by Black Walder in the show. Blackwater Rivers, not Blackwater Frey. They merged Bastard Walder and Blackwater Rivers and Blackwater in the show, and that's treated as she was always meant to be killed. Whereas in this, it's like, in the books, it's he wasn't meant to kill her and he did. But anyway, long story short, Weasel, because he fucking murders Catelyn, like, you know, he murdered. It's so a major point of view character is murdered by a guy. Most people couldn't tell you his name, by the way. If you were like, hey, casual Song of Ice and Fire fan, who kills Catelyn Stark? They literally would be like, who specifically? The two answers you would get are Walder Frey or, oh, Blackwater. Like, I saw some comments in my Frey video being like, I thought Blackwater killed Catelyn. I didn't know who the fuck is Raymond Frey? Because in the show it's Blackwater, and because Blackwater's like a bit of a meme character, people sleep on Raymond. This guy, there's no way that Raymond's not getting hanged, right? Like, Raymond's death has to be linked to the Brotherhood. They're going to be like, Catelyn's going to be like, you're the one who... I do, when George came up with his epilogue, I wonder how he decided which Frey was going to get hanged. Because the concept behind the epilogue is awesome, right? The whole point of view of a Frey, detailing how the Red Wedding went down, gets hanged at the end. I bet he considered it being Raymond, where it's like, oh, but I killed you. But instead he went with Merritt, and I kind of like that. I like that he went with not an obvious evil Frey, but like a more pathetic one, to kind of show the audience, show the reader, sure, yeah, a bunch of evil, opportunistic, ambitious Freys, but why would the average Frey do this? And then you're like, oh, the banality of evil, the patheticness of man, right? Yeah, someone in the chat just said, Luke in the chat just said, legit thought Blackwater killed her like the show. Everyone thinks it's Blackwater. No, it was Raymond. It was just fucking a dude called... Everybody loves Raymond. Okay, so Raymond has a son called Robert, who is an acolyte at the Citadel. Okay, he's training to be a maester. That's pretty cool. Excuse me. Oh man, doing a multi-hour live stream while recovering from a flu. I don't know why I picked today. I could have waited a few days, but the Frey fever was gripping me. I got a fever, and the only prescription, more tier lists. Excuse me. Okay, I'm just dying in front of you. Malwyn, that's it. The next one is, I'm just looking up the names, I keep forgetting. Malwyn Frey. So, this guy, I'm thinking S tier. If you don't remember who Malwyn Frey is, he's an... I'm so sorry, everyone. Oh, my voice is getting caught in my throat. My apologies. Okay. If you don't remember Malwyn Frey is an alchemist's apprentice in the free city of Lys. Why? How? I don't know. Why is... Raymond's second son is just an apprentice to an alchemist abroad. Like, what? Is he taking a gap year? Is this some kind of vocational course? Like, what? How did this happen? By what mechanism did the fucking, I don't know, 10th son of Walder Frey get his second son to be an alchemist's apprentice? I don't understand. But just because it's so fucking weird and out there, he's going in S tier. Like, hell yeah. And there are some theories that that it's not just random. It could be random. People do read a bit too much into George. They think every tiny detail is intentional, when he's admitted countless times, I just seed cool ideas and sometimes they go places, sometimes they don't. Him saying Alchemist Apprentice and Lys is just, here's a fun thing for one of 100 Freys to be doing. Maybe he'll pop up. Where would he be relevant? I don't know. The only people going to Lys are like members of the Brave Companions, right, are in Lys, and I guess Edric Storm is in Lys, being protected by like Sir Jate Blackberry and some of Davos's loyalists. So I don't know if he's going to come into it, but there are I'm not entirely sure what the theories are, but there are some theories about my boy Malwyn. Excuse me. Blood Raven poisoned Lord Hay. Someone's poisoned me. I'm this feels like the Strangler right now. Oh, I'm not giving up that easily. I'm gonna fight through it. And then Sarah and Sarah, two pimply twins. Yeah, George. Another thing, George is obsessed with twins. Whenever he has a family, a big family, there are way too many twins. Just like, there are statistically way too many twins going on. Like, why does every other Frey have twins? Like, come on. And he also has Little Bee, who is pretty based. I gave her the little the Beesbury beehives on her dress. Little Bee she is. So I made her look. I gave her the Beesbury hair and eyes, at least hair and eyes that I draw on my Beesburys. They're not confirmed in the book, because I was like, I can imagine her looking just like her mother, and that's why she's got that name. And of course, this is the beginning of the suck up era. Oh wait, no, sorry. The first suck up era is calling his first son Robert after King Robert. Then he has a daughter called Cersei. That's also part of the suck up era. But then of course he goes on to have more twins. Apparently he has twin boys, Tywin and Jaime. Right? Let me just double check that. Yeah, Jaime and Tywin Frey. Shut the fuck up. Also, another thing. It's like the fact that you have all these Freys that are born specifically in Feast for Crows, like in the Feast for Crows appendix, there are some newborn babies, and I get the idea that, okay, sure, there's a war going on, War of the Five Kings is over, people are now like settling down, having kids, but also when the Freys do it, it comes across as like celebration. Like Walder has a kid after the Red Wedding, Lothar has a kid, Raymond has twins. The implication is kind of like high adrenaline. Fuck yeah, we did it, Red Wedding, and they just fuck their wives and get them pregnant. Okay, I'm gonna look at these nerdy ass phrases. I'm gonna move these bad boys up. There we go. I'm sure there's a quicker way to do this. See, I can't just highlight them all in one go. You're probably thinking, why aren't you just highlighting them? I don't want to highlight the black bar underneath. But Haven, there's a way you can highlight them all quickly without well, I don't know. I'm a boomer. Fuck. Oh, you know what? I don't care that I selected that one. It's all good. It's all good. Move up, move up, move up, move up, move up. Literally move up. You know that far up? Oh my god. I'll just do that. There we go. Screw this. Alright, that's enough. Nope. You up there. And you down there. There we go. That never happened. If I edit this video down, and make it a proper YouTube video where it's like ranking every Frey and going insane, I will cut that bit out. I'll cut all the nonsense out. Should I do that, by the way? Should I edit this into like a proper, like a shorter, like maybe like half-hour highlights video for people who don't watch live streams? That could be fun. And I can cut out all of the like, all the umming and ahhing and manipulate things so that I actually sound smart. Okay, we're moving on to a new branch now. We're moving on to the Blackwood branch because Lord Walder, the late Lord, goes on to marry Alyssa Blackwood. However, a new branch means check some super chats. I haven't been checking the chat in a while because I check the chat on my phone because I still have one monitor after 2 years of saying I'll get another one. I still have one, and so I check the chat on my mobile phone like a pleb. Again, I keep bringing this up, but the live stream where Glidus talks about having 2 monitors and Alt-Shift-X is like, you've only got 2, I've got 4. How can you deal with 2? And I'm sitting here with 1, like, damn. Anyway, thank you for the super chat from Amy Post. Thank you so much. Who says, love your vids. The cooking one was a real treat. I had lots of fun with the cooking video. The audio's bad. Like, I bought a mic, put it onto my shirt. I try to make it work. It sounds atrocious, but it's all good. I try to have fun with it. Yeah, I was just, it was. I'll say this. I think this isn't like shilling. Excuse me. This isn't shilling. The Patreon lemon cakes video is genuinely funnier because by then I was more relaxed. When I did like 2 different days cooking 2 different things, I was like, I had some scripted funny moments and I had other moments where I was just kind of being chaotic and doing my own thing and accidentally breaking stuff. By the time I did the 3rd meal, the time I did the 3rd meal for Patreon, I was like fully into it and like there's a bit more, bit more banter there. But sorry, my voice. I'm turning into RFK Jr. My voice is like fading out at the end. Excuse me. But yes, should I do more cooking ones? Do people like that? Do people like the cooking video? Not many views, but it was like a little passion project. It was a nightmare having I tried to do the tracking effect on DaVinci Resolve so the face would follow my face as I moved around the kitchen. But like it just didn't work. So I had to like manually do the keyframes to have the Haven logo. That took ages, man. Okay. Right. Let's continue, shall we? I'm just checking the chat because, again, I don't have two screens, so I have to keep switching. Bum. Another thing, I might as well just throw this out now. Just to capitalize on the Frey mania, and also because it doesn't require much. It doesn't require any animation. I want to I want to do. I immediately lost my train of thought. What do I want? Yes, I'm thinking. Hear me out, chat. What do you think about this? Every Frey explained Game of Thrones edition. It's a shorter video, more goofy editing, no animation, basically just breaking down the Freys in the TV show. Not even like a show versus book comparison, because I'd be repeating myself too much from every Frey explained. Maybe like in a year's time I can do that. I mean like basically going through the TV show Freys, like Walder Frey. What does he get up to in the show? Lothar, show version of Lothar Frey, show version of Black Walder Rivers, show version of Walder Bolton, etc. And then you can do your own mental comparison to every Frey explained, etc., etc. I know the show sucks. I know. I'm not, but it could be fun, right? That could be good. I can complain about the outfits, how they're all dressed like peasants. They're literally dressed like peasants. Like, man, I know everyone says about this Song of Ice and Fire anime, and like it's not possible because HBO has the rights to animation, and they're not gonna be like, well, let's remake a Song of Ice and Fire but animated. Like, they might do that if they had access to the last two books, but they don't, and they probably never will, so they won't do that. But like, I would love animated Song of Ice and Fire. And to get to my point, sorry, I'm rambling. I want to see Freys wearing a fucking blue and silver silk, because they are nobles. They're rich nobles. They're not peasants with silly hats, you know. Show Freys suck arse except for Walder and Roslyn, someone says. Oh, Swabby and Bannerman says. Yeah, Walder Frey is great in the show, just in terms of the acting, like incredible. Too young for Walder, like 20, 30 years too young, but just in terms of capturing his essence, beautiful job by David Bradley. Even in like season 6 when the script's not great, like amazing job. And Roslyn, again, the show takes book stuff and makes it like 10 times more over the top, right? So like everyone's expecting Edmure to marry some ugly Frey girl, and Roslyn turns out to be like a kind of a cute, demure girl with a gap-toothed smile, and everyone's like, oh, that's a surprise. In the show, they times by 10, Roslyn is just full on, just hot. She's like a hot model showing up. Roose name his next son Walder Bolt. That would be funny. Silver and blue, best coat of arms combination. I love silver and blue as a combo, for what it's worth, actually. I love silver. I mean, the Fantasy Haven character, Lord Haven, like he's literally wearing a blue surcoat and cape, and he's got like the silver armor. I love silver and blue. Anyway, shall we continue? Lothar Frey. So, Lothar Frey, first off, incredible name. And I love the way he's described as well. He's cheery, he's plump, he has a pointed black chin beard, and he has black ringlets coming down to his shoulders, right? He's just like this cheery guy. And he has a cane because he has a clubfoot. But of course, he's completely villainous. He's not villainous in like a dour, sour way, like Edwin or Walder Rivers. He's not angry like Black Walder. He's not, snarling and smug like Rhaegar or the late Lord himself. He's not like a brute like Hostine or a drunkard like Ryman. No, he is a full-blown manipulative sociopath. He is like happy and smiling and cheerful and charismatic, but a complete monster. So first off, he's the steward of the twins, so he's in charge of the finances, and he, clearly has a lot of sway. And I do believe in Winds of Winter. Please come out, just for the Frey. Just release the Frey-related chapters. The Frey POVs. Release the Aegon Bloodborne POV chapters. In Winds of Winter, he's definitely going to be, like, puppeteering a claimant, as I said earlier, for the Frey Civil War. But I think what makes him so interesting is that, like, when you really focus on everything he does in the story, when he, like I said in my video, when he meets Rob, and he just lists off a bunch of stuff, which is very blatantly him just like roasting Rob, where he's like, "Hey Rob, what's up? Hey Edmure, excellent job with the Battle of the Burning Mill. No, not Battle of Burning Mill. Sorry, that's Dungeons and Dragons. The Stone Mill. Good job with the Battle of the Stone Mill, Edmure. Good job. Of course, it wasn't a good job because it was a strategic mistake." And he's like, "Hey Rob, how you doing? Hey, your new marriage. Oh, good luck to the bride." Of course, right? Yeah, salting a wound. You fucked up. You married the wrong bride. What else does he say? He's like, "Oh yeah, hospitality. I love hospitality. Rest in peace. Am I right? He's dead. Your dad is dead, Catelyn. Just reminding you he's dead. Oh, and your sons are dead too. Yeah, that's a shame. Rest in peace." He's like being like polite and respectful, and also but he's like bringing up all the negative stuff while pretending he's being nice. And then of course, at the Red Wedding, he's cordial and everything, but we know from the epilogue that he's the motherfucker who plans the meticulous stuff. He's not the big picture guy. He's telling each Frey, "You're gonna murder this person. You're gonna get this person drunk so they can't fight back. You're gonna attack people in the camps." And he's the one who's like, mercenaries are gonna play instruments. Boom, then they can attack from above. Air superiority, arrows raining down. They can play the Reign of Castamere to signal massacre. Isn't that ironic? Haha, troll. Have all the tents rigged to collapse and burn, to fucking burn alive drunk soldiers outside. Like, it's all this like weird, cruel, like ironic, sadistic shit. Like, he's clearly enjoying it. And the fact that he is so monstrous, but all you see of him on page is a cheery guy. I love that. It really makes him like, oh, this guy's a villain. This is a full-on villain. I love it. And I want to see more of him. I want to see what he gets up to in the future. Again, he's a clubfoot. Links to Laris, right? Live Laris reaction. There are some links to Laris there. I wonder if it's a similar thing, like a kind of insecurity, or like the Penguin, right? From the Penguin, great series. Clubfoot, insecurity that comes with that. And so maybe there's a sense to prove himself. Maybe there's a hatred for other people, blah, blah, blah. You know, kind of stereotypical, the kind of disabled person that hates society. But another touch I like is that he is described as being plump. Like, the Blackwoods are skinny, and the Blackwood Freys are described as being skinny. But Lothar is the only Blackwood guy who isn't skinny. Well, that's because he has a clubfoot, because he can't move around as much. So he's just a nice little touch. I know, I like those touches. Do I have the live Laris reaction? There we go. He's a Laris stan. He's just copying everything his hero does. Lothar has a Laris strong Funko Pop in his bedroom. Do we agree with that? Do we think Laris has a Sorry, do we think Lothar has a Laris Funko Pop vinyl fucking toy thing in his bedroom? Probably. That's his favourite character. He's got a Laris poster in his bedroom. He's like, hell yeah, that's a Clubfoot King right there. Okay, Weasel, obviously. Absolute psycho. I'm not going to put him in S tier. Black Walder, despite being evil, sneaks into S tier just because he's kind of badass. And, like, Lothar is intellectual and, like, intriguing and everything, but just the levels of it is like, no. Weasel. Without question. Lothar is the GOAT. God damn. What is wrong with my chat? Do they both like feet? Lothar beats off to Gatehouse Amy's feet. Ryan Condal just leaked scenes from the Winds of Winter. Where he's trying to get information from... Anyway, no, you know where I'm going with that. He should be in lame tier, am I right? Okay. People saying S tier. I'm going to put him in Weasel. Oh, maybe he is S tier. In terms of how we're defining S tier as, like, the great phrase. No, you're right, actually. He's S tier. He is, say what you will, he is a baller. He has 4 daughters. We don't know anything about them. I can't be fucked to remember their names. I'm just going to put them in average Frey. Daughter 1, daughter 2. One of them is probably called Walder. One of them's a baby, because after planning a massacre, he was like, hell yeah, I now want to bang my Lefford wife. Let me just double check. One of his kids, yeah, one of them is literally called Walder. I said that as a joke. His second daughter is Walder. God damn it. And next up, we have the greatest name in the history of Song of Ice and Fire, Jamos. Jamos Frey. I don't know why George came out with the word Jamos. I hate that in every way. We know nothing about him. He's going into average. We do know a lot, however, about his eldest son, aka 51st in line, maybe? A 50-something in line? Aka the future Lord of the Crossing, Big Walder. He's actually little. It's ironic. Haha. He is, of course, part Blackwood. He's also half Page. So he has the quartered Blackwood, Frey, Page, whatever. Red and black and white in 2 of his sigils. That's quite interesting. Anyway, he's a small, skinny, fox-faced lad. He's kind of like cunning, ambitious. He's not like a nasty bully like Little Walder, right? Like, he does mock Hodor, but then he apologizes to Maester Luwin. But we don't know how serious it is. I don't know if it's like a kind of, I actually regret that, or if it's a more kind of psychopathic, like, I will maintain the appearance of being a decent person even though I don't care. Because he doesn't give a shit about Steveron dying. He does not care about Steveron dying. He's like, yes, my great uncle, cousin, whatever, is dead. Cool. How far am I taking the twins soon? I appreciate the Sigma vibe he brings to the series. Like, he is like, no, I'm becoming the Lord. He is me for real. He's a short king who's like, I'm going to be the Lord of the Twins. That's me. I'm like, move aside, fucking Moist Critical. Right? I'm the next big Charlie in town. I'm gonna be a millionaire by 30 with my cartoons. Get out the way. I am Big Walder. They used to call me Big Haven in school. They didn't. But yeah, no, he's a bit of a bully, he's a bit of a dick. But he does apologise and he's not as mean, and when he's squiring for Ramsay, he is like, I don't like this shit. What the hell? This is too weird for me, bro. This is some BDSM shit I'm not into. And then, yeah, I don't know where to put him, actually. He's a curious one. He's not wholesome. He's not average. He's not necessarily Freylier or Weasel. He's not, like, unlikable. But is he S tier? Is he S tier? Maybe. Is he S tier? I just full on snorted there. I apologise. That was like unexpected. Is he S tier just because he's like, I'm 50th in line and I'm going to be the fucking heir to the twins? Let's do it. Let's put him S tier. By the way, there are 3 ways he can become heir to the twins. Have I said this already? I can't remember if I've already said this. No, I have said this. Yeah. Wait, did I? Why would I have said that? I'm going to repeat myself even if I have. So, Big Walder, 3 ways he can become Lord of the Crossing. A, Stannis says, I am appointing you Lord of the Crossing because I've taken over the North and I've taken over Winterfell and you're my puppet Lord of the Twins. That could happen. 2, literally every Frey in front of him dies, which seems to be like the fan consensus. Like, it seems to be a fact that everyone's like, oh yeah, Big Walder Frey's going to be Lord because everyone else is going to die. It's like, my brother in Christ, look how many Freys are on screen in the tiers. All of them have to die for him to take over. Even if the Freys ignore the usual laws of inheritance, where it's like all the children of the son before the brother, including the women, and you just scrap all the women and you do it Targ style, just prioritize the men. Even then, there's a fuck ton of men who have to die, and like children and babies, and it's like, really? Lots of Freys are going to die, but that many? No. So I think the most likely outcome, if he is to become Lord of the Twins, and that's not just a throwaway thing by George, if he is, then him marrying Edwin's daughter or Peter Pimple's daughter, I think. Peter Pimple's daughter, if Edwin's daughter dies, like maybe if Black Walder really tries to secure the lordship and has her killed or something. But yeah, I think it'll be him marrying the actual heir, so she's Lady of the Twins and he's Lord of the Twins. That's what I think. As people in the chat are like, they are Big Walder maxing right now. They are convinced. They are convinced that this man is going to kill his way to the top. Okay. Oh wait. Oh no, are we still live? We still good? Are we live, everyone? I haven't crashed, have I? Dun 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 dun. I haven't crashed. My YouTube streaming thing has frozen. Am I still live? Oh no. Oh no. I can't crash. I can't crash. I'm not using Streamlabs. Only Streamlabs lets me crash. I think this may have. Let me double check. It'd be funny if it hasn't crashed and I'm just like rambling and everyone in the chat is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Am I still live? My YouTube thing is frozen. And my phone's out of battery and I don't have a second monitor. Oh yes, I just checked the chat. Everyone's like, shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm like, I'm so sorry. Ignore me. Rambling. I told you, ranking every Frey until I go insane. I'm now like questioning whether I'm live or not. So, Jamos' other kids are the twins because everyone has to have a twin because George thinks... George doesn't understand just how unlikely twins are. That's not true. That's just me being a dick. I forgot what the twins are called, but we don't know anything about them. They're going into average Frey. Get there, you bastard. Then we have the next Blackwood Frey, and that is Waylon. So Waylon does actually... Okay. Two interesting things about Waylon. One, he is with Merritt and Peter Pimple trying to get the Great John drunk, which again implies that he's kind of one of the useless Freys that's been given the easy task. And the Great John drinks him under the table. He gets drunk along with Merritt and Peter. However, he also claims to Jaime that he was actually in charge of killing Greywind, and he sent men to kill Greywind, and Reynold Westerling, who didn't know the massacre was happening, was like, "Oh, stay away from him," and tried to defend the direwolf, and then Reynold got shot with an arrow by one of Waylon's men. So it's like, okay, so did he... Either it's a continuity error, and George kind of forgot that Waylon was meant to be unconscious during the Red Wedding, or Waylon woke up and then went out and drunkenly went to kill the direwolf, but that doesn't really add up. So I think it's just a mistake. The idea that he was drunk and unconscious, but he's also the same guy who was sent to kill Greywind, presumably when the massacre was beginning, doesn't make much sense. But either way, he's responsible for the death of a very good boy, and like directly, and then he's indirectly responsible for Reynold Westling's death. Like, he doesn't try to kill him, it's one of his men shoots him while trying to kill Greywind, so I'm not going to put Reynold's death on him, but he does try to kill a direwolf, so that puts him in... Is that Freylia or Weasel? Killing Greywind, is that Freylia or Weasel? What do we think? How bad is that? There could be two Waylon Freys. No. There's only one. All the books have appendices at the end of all the families, and there's only one Waylon Frey in the entire family tree. I think it's a mistake by George. Weasel or Freylia? I'm gonna say, people are split. He doesn't. We don't know him. We don't know of him killing any humans, but he does kill a direwolf. He leads the men who... I think, yeah, if he kills Greywind, he can go in Weasel. He killed the goodest of boys. He doesn't deserve... Why did I even question that? Okay, Hoster and Marianne. Hoster is a squire to Sir Damon Page. That's cute. Marianne exists. Cool, whatever. We are now done with the Blackwood Freys already. And so now we are going to move on to... because my thing is frozen, I can't tell if I have any new super chats. I did super chats recently anyway, so I'll do them later. If you have any questions or theories, super chats, feel free to send them in, by the way. I'll read them out. Help support the channel, etc., etc. But let's move on with the Rosby Freys. So first off, we have Perwyn. Perwyn Frey. I don't want to get any information wrong, actually. So even though I've done a video, let me just get the wiki up because I want to make sure. So, right, yes, I thought so. He serves in Robb's personal guard. So during the Battle of Whispering Wood, he is personally protecting Robb in the battle alongside Daisy Mormont and others, right? So already he's a Chad. He then, of course, is forced to leave Riverrun by the Freys after the... He doesn't want to. But they force him to leave Riverrun because of Robb's marriage to Jane, and then he is not at the Red Wedding. What does that imply? That he's opposed to the Red Wedding. He doesn't like it. He doesn't want to be a part of it. They don't trust him. They kick him out. He is the definition of a wholesome Frey. The definition of a wholesome Frey. Robb's personal guard fights with him, protects him, doesn't want to kill him, is kicked out the family and disowned, basically. That is the definition of wholesome. Is it S tier? Remember, S tier is like the absolute chads. I don't know if he's quite S tier. And also, let's just get Oliver up, actually, because they're often lumped together. So Oliver, very similar. Robb Squire travels with him, really nice guy, and then is essentially disowned, kicked out of the twins and he's not allowed to take part in the Red Wedding, etc. Right? So they're kind of in the same boat. And also worth mentioning, Davin Lannister specifically is like, I fucking hate Freys, but I spoke to Perwyn and he seems like a decent guy. So he actively, a Lannister who hates Freys is like, he's fine. S tier or wholesome? Honestly, not being invited to the Red Wedding is wholesome, like the singer, but actively fighting with Robb, showing that actual bravery and courage, yeah, they've got to be S tier. They've got to be S tier. They're going in there. Oliver and Perwyn, you chads. Salute to these fellas. Salutes in the chat, everyone. Next up, who have we got? Next up, we've got Ben Frey. Okay, so Ben Frey Frey. His name is literally Ben Frey. Here we got our boy Ben. He takes part in the Red Wedding. So his older and younger brothers don't. He does. So I guess he was like, hey, don't disown me. Don't kick me out. Excuse me. So we know that he didn't like accompany Robb or fight with Robb or anything. He stayed at home, I guess. In the Red Wedding, I can't remember what his task is, but he tries to grab Daisy Mormont, right? He tries to grab her and subdue her, or grab her and kill her. Considering Ryman kills Daisy with an axe, maybe the plan was to kill her. Although, of course, she'd also make a good hostage, so it's hard to know who was chosen to be taken hostage and who was chosen to be killed, and how much of it was kind of spur of the moment. Like, did Ryman kill her because he was charging in with a fucking mini army and she happened to be in the way and he wanted to look cool? I don't know. But either way, let's assume the worst. He was grabbing Daisy, maybe trying to kill her. He didn't even succeed in killing her. He grabbed an unarmed woman, and he fucked up that. He got smashed in the face by this chadette, and he died of his wounds. Again, did he receive more wounds, or did he just get smashed in the face and then like died of like internal bleeding? I don't know. The definition of Freylia. He doesn't even deserve Weasel. Just Freylia. Ben Frey disgraces the Rosby Frey name. Unacceptable. Next up we have Ben Frey has a daughter. Ben Frey has a son and a daughter, I believe. I can't remember their names. I'm putting them in average because we don't know anything about them. Willem and Frey, again, a maester, or training to be a maester, so sure, we don't know anything about them. Roslyn. Okay, so she's a sweet girl. She likes music. She does know about the Red Wedding, but she's clearly forced into it. She's terrified and silent the entire night, and she's literally crying as well. So she's like, I don't want to do this. And then on top of that, you can imagine how traumatic it must be for her. She sort of falls in love with Edmure. I don't know how much of that is, trauma bonding. How much of that is like, I'm carrying your child. How much of it is like actually because of the fucked up circumstances, or it's genuine love. I don't know. But either way, he's like, no. She's like, I love Edmure. I'm carrying his child. I want to raise my child with him. So she's like, I want to travel with Edmure to Castle Rock so we can raise our kids together. It's like, okay, I see you. You want the dad to be involved in the marriage. You don't want to raise a son or daughter without his dad. Edmure is not an absent father. He's the dad who stepped up. So yeah, Rosalind hates the Red Wedding. She seems really sweet and lovely, and she's sticking by her man. Her man being someone she was forced to marry and have a kid with. But either way, she's definitely going to go in wholesome. Yeah. I suspect her being in love with Edmure is like a trauma thing. It's not like a super healthy thing exactly, but like, it's just kind of cool that there's a Frey who's like, yeah, you've treated Edmure like shit, and actually I want to stay with him, and help him raise the baby. Anyway, lots of people saying S tier. I'm going wholesome. I don't think she quite stands out enough to be S tier. Am I being harsh? Is Rosalind S tier? Missing category is hot Freys. Don't worry, in a few days I'm doing Frey Smash or Pass. That'll probably be quicker than this stream because there won't be much debate. It will just be pass for like 80%, 90% of them. But Gatehouse Amy is an S. Yeah, but Gatehouse Amy is a meme, so Rosalind's not a meme. I don't know if she's S tier. Is it unfair of me to put Perwyn and Oliver in S and Rosalind in wholesome? Is that unfair of me? I'll keep her in wholesome unless there's like significant backlash. So next up we have the Farring branch. So these are the Inara Farring's children. They're the youngest. I don't know, Walder Frey having 7 wives who died in the span of however many decades is kind of weird. Like, is he killing his wives? Because they're dying at a ridiculous rate. Okay. Actually, no, we'll talk about, when we get to Walder Frey, I'll bring up a massive issue I have with the entire Frey family tree. We'll get there in the end. Don't worry. Okay, I don't remember the Farring ones. Arwen is Arwen. Hello, nice to meet you, Arwen. You can go into average Frey. Who else is there? We have Wendell, average. Colmar, average. Walter, average. All we know about Walter is that Little Walder and Big Walder hate him for some reason, which is kind of funny. Walter can go here. Elmar Frey. Okay, Elmar Frey, we actively know about Elmar. Elmar Frey is just a spoiled brat. Right, he's always like boasting to... so he's in Harrenhal, and Arya's disguised as a peasant and like, you know, a cupbearer for Roose Bolton, and Elmar thinks it's just a peasant girl, so he's just impressing her like, oh, I'm a fucking noble and I'm really cool, etc, etc. And he's always like showing off and boasting, and then he's boasting about the fact, oh no, he's informed, excuse me a sec, he's informed of the fact, so he's betrothed to Arya, which is why it's so ironic, right? And it's not even made obvious to the reader. But he's betrothed to a princess, which is Arya, right? Because Rob's a king, she's a princess. But then it's called off because the Freys, because of Rob marrying Jane Westerling, and so he's really upset, and he gets mad at Arya, and he's like, wait, excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm getting a tickly cough. It's coming in. I need to wrap up the live stream. I'm going crazy. Okay, so sorry. Okay, blah. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is he's betrothed to Arya. It's ironic. He thinks she's a peasant girl. She doesn't realise who he is, etc, etc. He gets told that the betrothal is broken off. He gets mad and he's like mean to her, and he's like, oh, you're a stupid serving girl, you don't even know. And she's like, oh yeah, well, I don't care about your princess and I hope she dies. But of course she's talking about herself because she's the princess. Long story short, Elmar is kind of rude and a dick, and I know he's a kid, but like, doesn't bode well. He's going in Freylia. It's like a high Freylia. It's a high Freylia. It's like halfway between Freylia and average. He's not as bad as Little Walder, for example, but you know, he's still not great. And then we have the youngest Frey child. This is Shirai Frey, who is just a child. So, you know, average Frey. Okay, I gotta wrap up this stream before my throat kills me. I'm very sorry about the coughing. I hope it's not too annoying. Just a kid. Someone saying, I mean, yeah, he's just a kid. Well, that's why he's not a weasel. I'm not putting him in average if he's gonna be a bully. I'm not putting in. Okay, so we are now moving on to the bastards. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on to the bastards. Then we're going to finally place Walder Frey somewhere, because we were leaving him till last. And then I'll tell you what annoys me about the Freys. Even though I love them, there's one specific thing that annoys me. Then we're going to... Should we do this stream, or should we do this in a future stream? If I feel like it later on, let's talk about like the Freys who are still alive, and like how we think they should die, what their comeuppance should be, what would be like a fitting end for them. That could be fun. Anyway, so the Frey bastard girls, we know nothing about them. Oh no, sorry, that's Alice and Diana. So Alice Frey is married to Jared, and Diana Frey is married to Ben Frey. They're not in the appendix, so they're a distant Frey branch. We don't know anything about them. They can go on average. Oh, whoops. What is going on? No. Oh, never mind. Bastard Walder Rivers. Okay, so this guy is grumpy and dour. Davin Lannister describes him as hating the fact that he's a bastard and hating everyone who isn't. So he's super insecure and self-loathing, and he projects that onto everyone else. When he meets with Rob and everyone at River Run, he's really mean, and he's just like a grumpy old bastard. Now, that in itself would be like, I guess he's a Freylier. But no, he commands the forces attacking the camps of the Red Wedding. So he is the one commanding the Frey troops, cutting down, massacring, murdering unarmed, drunken northern soldiers. He's a cunt. He is going into weasel tier. He's a dirty weasel. He has a daughter who we know nothing about. So she's average. He has a son that all we know about him is that he's a bit of an idiot. So I don't know. That's the average Frey. And then his bastard granddaughter sneaks into like when Walder Frey shows off his daughters, being like, oh, you could have married one of these daughters, you prick, to Rob. She sneaks in and he's like, what's she doing there? You're a bastard. That's kind of wholesome, actually, when she like cheekily sneaks in with all the women. She can go in wholesome. Maester Melwys is a Frey for House Hunter, I believe. No, House Hunter? Is it House Hunter? I can't remember. I think so. I don't know. Is it one Frey is a maester at Rosby and the other one's a maester at Hunter at Longbow Hall? For that, I can't remember. Anyway, he's just a maester. He can go in. He can go over there. The bastard women. So that's Jane and Melara. We don't know anything about them. And apparently, I didn't give enough of a shit to do anything apart from give them different hair colours and different hairstyles. Okay, so I'm trying to remember Okay, so we have Ryger Rivers right here. All we know about him is that he's in the show, by the way, the TV show Ryger Rivers. He actually is because during the negotiation between Catelyn and Walder Frey, he's one of the Freys who's like calls out his dad for being rude, like show some respect to Lady Catelyn, and she's like, if I wanted your opinion, I wouldn't have squirted you into your mother's belly, you know. So for actually standing up to his dad being rude to Catelyn, Stevron style, he can be unwholesome. Which one is this? This is the ruddy-faced one. Who's this one? Is this Ryger or Martin? This is Martin. Martin is the ruddy-faced Frey. What does he get up to? He commands the Outriders in the Riverlands, but then after the Rob's betrayal, he leaves. Okay, we don't know anything about him. Average. Average Frey. Ronald Rivers. Oh, whoops. Again, we don't know much about him. Ronald does a bit more. He's a bit more in the story. He gets captured at Greenfork, so he does fight. And then, yeah, no, we don't know. We don't know enough. We don't know enough, I'm afraid. Off you go. So that leaves 2 Freys left. So obviously Walder Frey. Look at him. Now that we've determined... Okay, no, we need to... The chat needs to decide. Is he S tier because he is a powerful, influential, grinding Frey, like a great Frey? Or is he Weasel because he is so evil? That was kind of bars. Is he Weasel because he's so evil? What do we think? Let me know in the chat. Walder Frey, S or Weasel? I will base this off of what everyone has to say. I would do a poll, but like I said, my streaming page has frozen and like it's unfrozen. Oh yes. Oh, you beauty. Okay, shall I do a? Oh no, it's still acting weird. Okay, it's acting up. I don't want to risk crashing the stream. What does the chat say? Lots of S tier. Oh my god, S tier. We've got some weasels coming in. Weasel. Wholesome. He's not wholesome. Who's saying wholesome? Cringe. Make him both. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe after all, Walder is simultaneously S tier and Weasel tier. Imagine George writing a Game of Thrones in 1995 or whatever and being like, I wonder if my books will have a legacy. And fast forward a couple decades and it's like, yo, is Walder Frey S tier or is he like a cringe weasel, bruh? Okay, finally, Theo Frey. Obviously S tier, no discussion has to be had, he's S tier. This absolute Chad rocks up to the hands tourney, is not related to any of the Freys, refuses to elaborate, leaves. He doesn't reappear anywhere. Who is Theo Frey? Where did he come from? He better come back. There better be a scene where there's a Theo Frey just running around and they're like, he's presumably just, he's a cousin, but like a nephew or a great nephew of Walder or whatever. It just feels weird that there are Freys outside of Walder specifically. Yeah, there should be a Theo Frey tier. We have done it. Feel free to screenshot this if you want the certified Fantasy Haven take. The S tier, wholesome, average, Freylia, and Weasel Freys. I'm going to put Walder at the end to kind of signify the end of both, to signify that he's both. There we go. So, let me tell you, who wants to hear what I don't like about the Freys, right? This is the controversy for me. So, Stevron Frey is described as being in his 60s. That's the controversy. You're probably thinking, okay, who cares? So what? He's an old man. No. Walder Frey is 90. At Game of Thrones, he celebrates his 90th birthday. His oldest son is in his 60s, which means he had his oldest son when he was in his 30s. So his firstborn son, his oldest son, when he was in his 30s. So explain to me why it makes sense that you would create a character whose whole shtick is that he's an old man with hundreds of descendants, lots of offspring, numerous wives, lots of kids with each wife, different branches, blah, blah, blah. Why would you have that character in a series where people get married ridiculously young, right? You have underage teenagers getting married and George is like, oh, it's realistic. And it's like, that didn't happen in medieval times apart from specific circumstances like being in the midst of a war or in the case of Owen Tudor or the king being like a complete creep in the case of King John, etc. That didn't usually happen. People were aware that if you're really young, you can't have kids because it fucks with your body, right? The body's a temple. People were having kids in their 20s, early 20s, basically. That was considered peak. Not, for nobles, maybe kind of late teens in terms of securing marriage. But in terms of like underage, no. That didn't happen apart. And so that's so prevalent in Westerosi society for no reason, because it doesn't make sense within the context of the A Song of Ice and Fire universe, which is more medicinally advanced than our one, let alone in comparison to our world, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And yet, with all these young people fucking and having kids, Walder Frey, the ultimate horny boy, the ultimate loads of offspring, load of branches, gets married in his 30s? What a wasted opportunity. That's like an entire branch gone. You could have a whole extra branch there. Like, I don't understand. Okay, no one cares. I understand. No one. Hey, listen. When it comes to the Frey, my autism is Freys. I don't have autism, but I was diagnosed with Frey autism. It's very specifically this house. I'm obsessed with this house. I love this house. I don't understand why. Anyway, Excuse me. My throat is dying right now. I'm so sorry. He'd be 25 if Stevron... Walder oh, yes, no, that's a good point. Okay. Did I just have a massive rant about saying Walder Frey was in his 30s when he had Stevron, when he would have been in his 20s? In that case, please ignore everything I just said in the last 5 minutes. Apparently, I did my maths wrong. My apologies. No, even so, though, mid-20s, that's still late by Westerosi standards. You know what I'm saying? He could have been 10 years younger. Walder Rivers is older than Stevron. Okay, ignore everything I just said. I'm an idiot. Only a Song of Ice and Fire fan would complain about. All right, yeah, sorry. Damn, I've really started a debate here. Okay, do we want to wrap up the live stream? Or do we want to potentially yeah, let's do it. Screw it. Let's do it. Last part of the live stream, let's go through all the surviving Freys. You tell me in the chat what would be the best comeuppance for them. What's the best death? Before that, I'll quickly go through super chats. Oh, we have one more. Scones and jam. Did I say that right? Are we a scones audience or a scones audience? It's scone, objectively. So, yeah, don't get your knickers in a twist. Scones and jam. Tier list aside, who is your favourite Frey? Oh, my favourite. In terms of the one I'd like to learn more about and the one I'd like to see more of, Lothar, probably. If you were like, there's only one more Frey can appear on screen and all the others are dying off screen or are appearing off screen, I would say the one on screen, Lothar. Give me Lothar. He's gonna be he's probably my favourite. You'll be a legend in the streaming community if you can make it 5 hours talking about Freys. Listen, the issue with me, it's not like I can't go for 2 more hours. It's more, in terms of stamina and stuff to talk about, I could. It's more about having a sensible sleep schedule and, like, not going to bed past midnight. Because, you know, most of my audience are Americans, but I'm not American. It's later for me. I don't want to, if I want to do, like, live streaming deep into the night, it needs to be when I'm not ill, I think. That'd be good. Anyway, shall we... Okay, so I'm going to do a row down here of... Let's have a little... Let's even have a little sign down here. Saying Fates. This could be its own live stream. I could do a live stream called Fates of the Freys. Is that enough? I don't think that's enough for a live stream. So let's just do it now. So, Fates of the Freys. What are cool ways they can be cool? Oh, see, I'm annoying myself because this sounds like a really fun... This could be a really fun live stream in and of itself, where we get all the surviving Freys and we're like, how should they die? What's satisfying? Oh, ooh. No, let's do it now. I promise I'll do it now. There's no point going back on it. Right, so who's still alive? Yep. Oh no, I'll copy and paste these guys. I'll copy and paste them. Who's still alive? Who's still alive? I'm only going to choose the characters that are, like, famous characters. I'm not going to go with, like, any old... Such as Aegon Bloodborne. He's not famous, but, like, there's shit he can get done. Obviously, Theo needs to be there. In fact, all of the S tiers need to be there. Actually, these are way too big. I'm already going to run out of room. Bum, bum, bum. Right, okay. Oh, shit. Rah. Just constant chaos. Okay, we got this. Yep. Walder. Fat Walder. Roslyn, of course. Roslyn. I feel like no average phrase anymore. Oh. No, I think Walton is kind of, just in terms of where he is in succession, I think it might be worth talking about him. I need a less clicky mouse. I need a nicer mouse. There's so much I need. My PC's falling apart. I need a new PC. Anyone interesting? Oh, yes. I will put Tywin Frey here. Anyone else? 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 Oh wait, no, my bad. This man needs to be copy pasted. What am I doing? I don't want to ruin my glorious tier list. No one will be seated for the 5 minutes of Fantasy Haven, very awkwardly clicking and clacking and moving characters. Edwin, yep. Emmon, see, I wasted time trying to make them bigger, and now they're not. Ugh. Sept and Lucian, why not? And Big Man Hosteen. I'm not including Aenys because technically he is. Well, he's not technically dead. He's dead in a sample chapter, which isn't technically canon, but whatever. Okay, let's go through the fates of the Freys. Shall we do it now? Let's do it now. Fates of the Freys. A dance with Freys. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the clicky ASMR, yeah. What we can do maybe is we can do like a short version, and then we can do another live stream called Fates of the Freys, where it's like we properly look at like what would be like a satisfying end to that could even be like a video, right? Because I've got all the Frey assets. I did a whole ass every Frey explained. I could just be like fuck it and have a video that's like, I could make a video called Fates of the Freys, which is every single Frey theory like put together. So I can talk about Frey Civil War and Vale Invasion and all the different theories about what will happen to Walder and what will happen to, because there are a load of Frey theories, so I can just do them all in one go. Let's do that. I just came up with a video idea with you guys because I have all the art and the animation. I don't need to like make it from scratch. Fate of the Freys video. Frey courtroom. Callum, yes. Frey courtroom with Quinn. We put the Freys on trial. We haven't done those in a while. And this time we will remember the concept of consecutive sentencing. So if someone is sentenced to 40 years and 50 years, that is 50 years. That is not 90 years. we had the Lannisters being in prison for like thousands of years because we like added all the... Oh god, I'm turning into Giles Rosby. I'm like... I'm getting like a villain laugh. I'm like laughing and coughing at the same time. I'm like the dying villain in his deathbed who's getting his way, who's like... I'm turning into a real-life Walder Frey. Jesus Christ. Alright, Fate of the Freys. Let's start with Walder Frey. Tell me in the chat, how is Walder Frey dying? What's his fate? I'll give you some ideas. So first off, my preference is he stays alive long enough to watch his kin get murdered, his family break apart, and then he dies. Maybe a heart attack, he dies. And then that death is the catalyst that results in the remaining Freys tearing each other apart. What do people think? So, toss down a well is a classic one someone's mentioning. Again, we talked about it earlier. Duncan thinks about throwing him down a well, or wonders why people haven't thrown him down a well, because he's annoying as a kid. And that could be foreshadowing for... maybe there's Red Wedding 2 and like they toss him down a well, or he's in a palanquin and he gets thrown into a river, like how Catelyn was thrown into a river. But also the foreshadowing of throw down a well, Dunk then goes on to throw Alan Cockshaw down a well, so maybe like that is the payoff. Maybe it could be a payoff 90 years in the making, or maybe it's just, freezing to death alone in his castle. So kind of like his family tears itself apart and he survives the whole thing and he just dies alone freezing when winter comes. Yeah. Something about an fucking old ass man being thrown down a well is kind of funny. Like this old weasel vulture man just just down a well. That's Peacefully in his bed, surrounded by loved ones. That's a lovely one. I could also see him dying peacefully, thinking that he's won everything. Like, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I get everything I wanted. Except White Harbour and High Septon. I was very close to getting everything I wanted. Tywin Lannister ordered to pay £5 to the Iron Throne. Yeah. Committing literal war crimes and treason, and it's like, because he's rich. $5, please. 40,000 gold bars. He's like, oh no, that's oh, how could you do this to me? I got my just desserts right there. Justice system working as it should. He mounts the mare, mistaking it for his wife. He is going blind. At the end of the last book, they are like, well, no, I think it's Feast for Crows. They're like, he's going blind and he's mostly deaf now. Like, or he's like mostly blind and he's going deaf. He's like, imagine he's just like feeling around like, where's my wife? He gets fucking kicked in the head. He becomes a tree god, the Jimmy Carter of Westeros. He's Westerosi Jimmy. He survives the entire series. This old ass man. He becomes the next three-eyed crow. He's just in the tree. He's using his power to just spy on young women. He doesn't give a shit about saving the world. He's just like being a pervert. God Emperor of Westeros. Kept alive on the Iron Throne. Wait, hold on, I accidentally scrolled down. Where did that go? By the daily sacrifice of 1,000 wargs. God Emperor Walder. He dies having sex. Honestly, maybe. That would be a funny death. Although we kind of have that already with Miranda Royce's dead husband. That she was forced to marry some old guy and he fucking had a heart attack while pounding her because he couldn't handle the thick with 2 C's. With 3 C's, Miranda's got 3 C's. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle the porg. He fucking flopped down like a dead fish. In his own bed with a belly full of wine and, you know the quote. Yeah, again, wholesome death. It could be. Have you seen Preston Jacobs' theory that the Vale gets involved to install some half-Waynwood Freys in charge? I have done a video about the Frey Civil War theory. I think lots of people... There is Fantasy Haven content out there people don't know about. On Quinn the GM's channel, his Red Wedding 2 video is a... it's me and him working together. He talks about the Red Wedding 2, and I talk about Frey Civil War, and as part of that I talk about the Vale invasion. Now, like I said, I have all the assets I need, so I think it could be really cool if I do a video that's Fate of the Freys, where I just list off all of the potential futures for House Frey, including Red Wedding 2, Civil War, but like with new animation, new art, etc. Vale invasion, yeah. Have I gone insane yet? I'm nearly there. Walder would put his weird spider-like limbs out and climb back out of the well. Jesus. He comes out dripping wet and like naked and he's like scuttling around like... Dies during sex. That's, yeah. More than one person is saying that he's going to die during coitus. Mid-coitus. He dies on his last cum. Who becomes the Frey that was promised 15 years later? Reunite. Don't make me laugh. You're gonna make me cough as well. He just nuts and fucking dies. Walder Frey just like pure dust comes out. Just fucking collapses. Bag of bones. Anyway, bro is still going. You're a champ. I am not giving in until we have finished our Frey discussion. I fucking love the Freys. I could go for longer if I didn't want to get into bed earlier. That's all I'm saying. He dies naming Walder Frey as his heir. That does not narrow it down, I'm afraid. He marries Daenerys. Okay, next one. Blackwalder. What is the fate of Blackwalder Frey? What do you think is a fitting death for this cantankerous, wrathful, licentious Frey? And while you're letting me know, we have a super chat. Thank you for the super chat from Super Michael 98, who says, "Hello, my friend." Hello, Michael. I really hope you make a video of either Maegor or Jaehaerys the First. I'll be doing a video of both. So I do have plans to have video. So of course I have all of my, like, you know, house histories, comparing characters, show version, book version, etc., etc. I have all those laid out. I got plans. I also want to do Targaryen reign, right? So I want to have a video that's like the reign of Aegon the Conqueror. No, I'd probably have a separate video that's the conquest itself, but I'd have the reign of Aegon, the reign of Aenys, and Maegor. I'd probably merge Aenys and Maegor, actually, because I don't think there's enough that happens under Aenys to be worth its own video. Reign of Jaehaerys. I'm gonna do Targaryens. I'm just kind of, they will be quite detailed ones, quite detailed videos. So I kind of need to, and I want to time them right. Sometimes I'm like deliberately timing videos for shows coming out. So like, it could be that when the Aegon Conquest TV show or movie comes out, that's probably the best time for me to drop my video. So it might be a while away. I'll see how it goes. Got to think about marketing, you know. He marries Arianne. I will fucking burn my book if Walder Frey marries Arianne and we get an Arianne POV sex scene with... Why is there so much Walder Frey sex talk in the last... The video did drive me insane. Fucking hell. Okay, Black Walder. Focus. Let me give my take. So, I really do think he's going to kill Edwin and then proclaim Edwin's daughter to be his own bastard. And then he's going to be like, I'm Lord of the Twins. And he might get some support. But also, I don't really know who's going to support him, actually. Because, like, does he have any... Like, he is a competent fighter. Oh. Am I still there? Am I... Is my stream... Why is has the screen gone blank for anyone else? The YouTube stream I'm watching... I've got the stream up on my YouTube. Is the stream blank for it? No, it's not. Oh, that may have just been a... Okay, we're still live. We're not gonna give up. I won't be driven insane by these fucking Freys. We're good. Okay, what was I saying? Yes, Black Walder. So, like, does he have any support among his family? Because he's not married to anyone, so he doesn't have a support base in the form of another family. He hasn't got, like, a bunch of kids who have a bunch of kids and their own pacts and so on. He's kind of a lone wolf. And sure, he's slept with some people, but, like, that's gonna piss some people off. And he is a good soldier and he's brave, so, like, he could be a good leadership figure, but, like, he's not linked to anyone. So it could be that he's the Lord, but then who would rally behind him? Maybe some people do, and then the whole Civil War is like various different factions. Maybe he marries a cousin, right? He's like, Maybe he's like, I'm gonna marry Gatehouse Amy. I am now the Lord of Darry, and so you have like the Craycalls rallying behind Black Walder, or maybe he marries Fair Walder to get Walton on board. I don't know, but I can see him marrying a cousin to secure the support of another branch, and we know he has those tendencies. And anyway. Or it could be that he and Edwin kind of kill each other, like, because they're both spying on each other. They both probably want to fucking kill each other. Maybe they both just assassinate each other, and then the crisis is then, oh fuck, who's next? And then it would be Walton, but it feels weird that it feels weird to me that you basically have the heir is Edwin, and the next in line, ignoring the young daughters who are kind of irrelevant in a proper succession war, right? The next in line is Black Walder, and then the next after Black Walder is a guy called Walton who we haven't met before. Like, I feel like you should have seeded Walton in a bit early and like given him more, because he's important. Okay, it looks like the screen went black, but you could still hear me. Okay. Fancy Haven doesn't like old man sex because it reminds him of his life. Is the implication there that I bang old men, or that I am an old man being banged? I'm not sure there. The screen went black when I said Black Walder. Oh boy. Okay, let me look at the chat. Black Walder is gonna meet Walder White. Shut the fuck up. This video is driving everyone nuts. Black Walder dies from child support. He gets bankrupted by child support because of all the bastards he has. He just fucking dies in the street. Goes out like a warrior. Goes out in his sleep. I see. Murdered by one of his lovers. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. The classic jealous lover slaying the rogue boyfriend. Yeah. Slips and dies. Very nice. Crusader Chris ripoff. Who's a Crusader Chris ripoff? Am I a Crusader Chris ripoff? I don't watch enough Crusader Chris to know if I'm a ripoff or not. He occasionally comments on my stuff. He's awesome, but I need to watch more of his stuff. Crusader Chris is already doing that. Who doing what? Well, what am I missing? Is there a comment someone made or? Oh, I see. People are responding to the super chat about the video of Maegor Jaehaerys. Yeah, hey, it's not you know, there's room enough in the town for the both of us. Crusader Chris has his own style. I have a very unique style of animation. Like, no one's gonna be like, hold on, Haven, you can't do a video about, I don't know, House Stark because there are already House Stark videos. Like, no, people watch me because they want to see how I interpret the character in drawing, and they want to see the jokes I make, and they want to see the backgrounds, and like, they want it to be condensed in a short, fast-paced animated format, you know? It does make things fucking hard, by the way. If I just did a regular videos where it was like slideshows, it would be so much easier. I wouldn't have to draw all the characters, and oh my god. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Blackwater dies during coitus. Falls off the bridge. That's kind of funny. Murdered by a woman he's about to sleep with, like Septon Moon. Okay. I can see that. I can see like a kind of... Yeah. No one will support Blackwater. They're too afraid of getting cucked. Or they already hate him for cucking them. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like everyone just fucking hates Blackwater. I don't even think it'll be a civil war like the Blackwater faction versus whatever faction. It will just be like everyone rallied against Blackwater kind of thing. It could be that Blackwater just takes the twins and then the Crackle Freys like seize Darry, and then the Lannister Freys like clamp down Riverrun, and it's just kind of like everyone's just like standing off like, okay, who's actually the lord here? Because actually I have a base of power, and fuck you for telling me what to do. I should be the next, you know. Catelyn will hang him by the balls. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Blackwater, the Brotherhood will capture Blackwater and hang him by the balls. Another super chat from Super Michael. Hopefully you make a video of the history of the North. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm definitely going to do like Century stuff, like Century of Blood, Age of Heroes, you know, kind of going through historical eras, overviews. Walder White. Oh, God damn it. Put your dick away, Walder. Wouldn't Blackwater be more likely to crown his own daughter heir? He doesn't have a daughter. He's unmarried and doesn't have any... Oh, you mean his bastard daughter? What, be like, hey, my brother who Sorry. Hey, my brother mysteriously died and he has a daughter. It's actually my bastard. I'm going to legitimize her. And maybe, I don't know. We only tolerate your voice because the animation is good. Excuse me. I have a very good YouTuber voice. Don't pretend that I have some kind of a... I will say this. No, I won't say it. I was going to say that a surprising amount of Song of Ice and Fire YouTubers have actively like annoying voices, but I wouldn't say that because that would be rude, and I don't even believe it. I'm just saying some people are saying it. Some people are saying it. Alright, that's enough. So, he's cooked. Fair Walder. Do we have any theories about Fair Walder? Any Fair Walder theories? She's the hot Frey woman. Is she gonna marry? I feel like she gonna marry someone important. Maybe. Is Walton gonna marry her off to someone to secure an alliance so that he can seize the twins? Perhaps. Maybe. Yeah, exactly, KP. I could say Kim Jong-un is short and fat, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, the screen does keep going black every now and then. I think my PC's shitting itself. Any ideas? Hot woman burnt alive by Stoneheart. Marry into House Harding. Maybe. I can't really think of anything interesting for her. Okay, Aegon Bloodborne. Let's say they finally do something. I say they. George. Let's say they... I just said it again. Let's say George finally does something with Aegon Bloodborne. What's the plan for Aegon Bloodborne? He's an outlaw. Is he going to work with the Brotherhood, right? Can you imagine, like, Lady Stoneheart... I'm so sorry about the coughing, guys. Can you... I'm getting a ticklish throat. Can you imagine Aegon Bloodborne with the Brotherhood? He's like, I'm an outlaw. I'm going to work with you, right? I know exactly the routes. I know the guards. I know how to break into this place. And, like, he helps them. Maybe he hates his family and he's going to help them. Or is he just going to continuously be absent from the story? I don't know. I think if you're going to bring Aegon Bloodborne in, I'm thinking, like, Brotherhood without banners committing the Red Wedding too. That's the thing that, like, stands out to me. Fair Walder's fate, she will marry a certain member in the chat. Okay. Am I insane yet? Nearly. Very nearly. I mean, we just had like what felt like an hour-long discussion about Walder Frey dying during sex, so I think we were all insane. Aegon born in a bed of blood. That's what I was saying earlier. Bloodborne, but he's not. He's the first son of two. So, like, I feel like if born in a bed of blood kind of implies his mother died. Like, I tore my way out of my mother, edgy stuff. But, like, no, she then gave birth to Rhaegar Frey, so. Maybe Bloodborne. Bloodborne helping people get smuggled into the twins is an interesting one. That's a good one. Yeah, the Essos phrase. Did anyone get the community reference in my video? No one's brought it up. The whole Donald Glover walking into the kitchen with the pizza and it's like on fire. And everyone's like, I did a similar thing with the Essos phrase running in and everything's just chaos. I literally like drew over the kitchen. Excuse me. Are they twins? I don't think they're twins. No, the appendix doesn't specify they're twins, but it specifies other characters being twins in the Frey tree. So, yeah. Yeah, born in a battle, maybe. Again, it's like, George absolutely has lore, but no one is asking him about Aegon Bloodborne. No one. See, I don't like when someone in the chat says it's over, because that makes me really paranoid. Don't say it's over, that makes me think the stream has crashed. My fucking piece. Okay, so Aegon Bloodborne, some sneaky shenanigans. Gatehouse Amy, I really like the idea of her becoming Lady of Darry, and then the Crackle Freys all being in Darry. Like, that's their power base. That is their power. They're going to make a claim, and that is their base, you know? That would be cool. I imagine now she'll probably marry another time, her third husband, to maybe secure that. What I'm thinking is like, I feel like you're going to have one Frey faction that's loyal to the Lannisters, one that's loyal to, like, maybe Littlefinger and Sansa and Vale, and one that's loyal to young Griff. That's kind of what I'm thinking, like a three-way war could be cool. Crushed under a portcullis. that would actually be quite funny. Gatehouse Amy dies doing what she loves, young squires. Hey, maybe she has the Walder Frey treatment. She just fucking dies halfway through the act. Chokes to death, don't ask on what. You guys need to fucking behave. You need to behave. This video will not turn me insane. You won't win. You won't fucking win. She's the younger, more beautiful queen. Maybe. Young Griff marries Gatehouse Amy. Yo. Hold on a sec. Black Walder kills Edwin, takes over the twins. He's pro-Lannister. No one supports him, though. The Lannister base is collapsing. Oh, no. So instead, he supports... No. So he has no support. The Lannister Freys and Riverrun support the Lannisters. Black Walder is crazy. No one likes him. Walton Frey is like... kills Black Walder. He has the twins. Walton is married to a Waynwood. And no, Walton is married to a Harding and his mother is a Waynwood. Harding and Waynwood come from the Vale. Littlefinger comes in. Helps Walton Frey take over the twins. Helps Edmure take over Riverrun. Secures his Littlefinger then secures his legitimacy as Lord Paramount of the Trident. Boom. He now has the Riverlands and the Vale. And the factions are Walton Frey and the twins are being supported by the Vale. Emmon and Jenna and the Lannister Freys in Riverrun being supported by Lannisters. And the Darrys with Gatehouse Amy married to young Griff supporting team Aegon Targaryen / Blackfyre. Boom. Younger, more beautiful queen. Gatehouse Amy. Our big titty, small chin Chadet. The one and only. I'm fucking losing my mind. It's like 10 minutes to midnight, by the way, in the UK. Syphilis. Come on now. Perhaps her gatehouse is besieged by a mighty battering ram. I am going to move on from Gatehouse Amy. That was a mistake. Lothar Frey. What's a fitting end for Lothar Frey? So, I've talked before about, I can see him rallying behind a certain candidate and being the puppet master during the Frey thing. Also, I haven't mentioned this, but like the classic theory about how the twins will be like split in two, where one claimant will hold one tower and the other will hold another, and like no one will be allowed to cross, and that's fun. Who would Lothar rally behind? We don't know yet. We don't really know enough about him. It doesn't make sense for him to push himself for Lord, and he's the oldest Blackwood, and the Blackwoods are far down in the line of succession, so he's not gonna, so we'll have to see how it goes. But yeah. We're like, yeah, Septon Amorai. That would be funny, actually. If she becomes a Scepter, like how Lancel joins the Faith, that would be quite funny. Volcel Faith Maxing, yeah. Lame Lothar dies of cringe. I think we have officially reached the point in the live stream. I mean, we peaked at 300. We have 230 now. I think people are losing their wits now. So many Freys. It will be revealed that Gatehouse Amy is actually Rhaenys Targaryen that was smuggled away by the last Lord Darry, and she will take the throne by marrying Fagon. I would hate that so much. That would be so stupid. Lothar killed by young Griff. Bitter Gene's crazed Blackwood. Alright, yeah. The spirit of bitter steel means he must genocide all Blackwoods. He holds a great council to decide the heir, then kills all the claimants. That's kind of fun. That is kind of... He read where he does like a red great council. You know how Lothar dies in the show? He gets cooked into a pie. They took the pie thing, but made it cringe. The idea of Arya, like Wyman Manderley having his men capture Freys and butcher them and make them into pies and deliver those pies to a wedding because he's fucking nuts. That is one thing. Having Arya Stark by herself kill 2 adult men and carve them and bake them into a pie, by herself in enemy territory. How did she fucking do that? What? Literally absurd. Anyway. Okay, Big Walder. So, I've already said before, there are a few options for Big Walder. He can be the he could be the Lord of the Crossing at the end. It could be Stannis names him Lord of the Crossing, so technically he becomes it, but not really. Excuse me. Or every single Frey before him dies, which is unlikely. I don't think he's going to die in a Battle of Ice. I don't think he's setting him up as the ambitious one who's super far down. Who's super far down the line of succession. And then him dying doesn't make sense. So I really, honestly, I really do think he's going to marry Edwin Frey's daughter, and she becomes the Lady of the Twins. He becomes Lord of the Twins. Like that for me, that works. That would be cool. He doesn't have to be Lord of the Crossing, but I do think he has to do more than just die in a Battle of Ice. That doesn't mean he'll survive to the end, but hell, maybe. Yeah, no. If Stannis was actually going to have any luck outside of the North, I can see a situation where the puppet Big Walder marrying Walder Frey, son of Edwin. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? I think everyone agrees with me. He's going to be Lord of the Crossing, right? Okay, what do we think's going to happen to the Rosby Freys? Because on one hand, you could be like, they're going to have their wholesome Chungus. Oh yeah, so the Rosby Freys are probably held up in Rosby, right? You could say they're going to have their wholesome Chungus moment. Excuse me a sec. They could have their wholesome moment, but you know what I say about revenge, right? Revenge has to be messy. It has to be nasty. It's cyclical and not good. So, there's going to be nice Freys who die, and what better way to demonstrate the messiness of vengeance than to have one or both of the Rosby Freys killed as retribution for the Red Wedding, even though they didn't do anything, you know? Okay. Oh, and when I do the Frey iceberg theory tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, that'd be fun. The Frey iceberg theory tomorrow, I do want I do want to talk about the whole Rosby heir, the Rosby ward. That one of the Rosby Freys may be like the fucking heir to Rosby. Yeah, Perwyn Frey inherits Rosby and joins Daenerys. Daenerys, more likely young Griff, right? I can see that happening. I can see, because at this point, Bronn basically rules Stokeworth. So I can see Ron ruling Stokeworth and siding with young Griff, and I can see Perwyn Frey taking over Rosby and also blocking food to Cersei and like siding with young Griff. And so we have the heir. To add to the Zuma invasion, I keep saying Edric Storm is going to be made Edric Baratheon. Tyrek Lannister is going to be made Lord of Castle Rock. And then you have Perwyn, who's going to be named Lord of the... You're going to have young Griff and the young men having a white boy summer. That's what's going to happen. Adds Perwyn to the Zuma invasion theory. Okay, who's next? Theo Frey. There he is. Stop freezing. This stream is on the verge of crashing. Like, it's probably... Or is it still going? We're still going. Theo, my canva's frozen, so that's fun. We can... No, we're good. So, why does he look like that? Why is he so blurry? Theo Frey. What is based Theo Frey going to do at the end of Winds? What do we think? Or during Winds, not the end of Winds, just during Winds, during the rest of the season. This mysterious Frey, who is not in any appendix, he's just in one fucking tournament and then vanishes. He's not a descendant of Walder Frey. What is going to happen to based Theo? Lord of the Crossing, are we thinking? I could see that happening. I could see that. Theo Frey is the hooded man. Oh, man. The prince that was promised. Theo Ahai. Why does he have a porn stash? He has a respectable moustache. That is not a porn stash. How dare you? Theo Frey will defeat... I hope he comes back and George acts like he was always there. They'll just be like Cersei summons him to King's Landing and he's like, Theo, I'm surrounded by idiots. I'm glad you can make it. And he's like, no problem, babe. I'm here. Readers are like, what the fuck? Who's this guy? Why do I have Theo here? Walder Bolton. Okay, do we think... What is Walder's fate? Fat Walder's fate? Probably, if not being killed by Ramsay... If Ramsay kills Roose, he is 100% killing Fat Walder. If Ramsay doesn't kill Roose, I think she's going to be killed by the angry, vengeful Northmen, as, you know, part of the whole vengeance being so dangerous, so deadly, so you know, snake eating its own tail, you know. All of the theory about the snow crushing Roose Bolton to death could also happen to her. Either way, she's a dead woman. She is not getting out of this alive. She is so fucking dead. And she might get burnt by Stannis. She might get crushed by snow. She might get stabbed or poisoned by a Northman or by Ramsay. She is fucked. But at least she's had a good time, you know. All right. Roslyn. So, Roslyn and Edmure, after she gives birth, they are going to be sent to Casterly Rock to raise the baby. That's not going to happen, though. Like, I think it's quite obvious that Edmure and the prisoners are all going to be released by the Brotherhood without banners. In fact, that's the common theory for the Winter prologue, which is confirmed to have Jane Westling in it, right? That's a weird confirmation. But, and it could be changed, etc. But the idea is that it's going to be all of the prisoners being released and freed by the Brotherhood, and so you're going to have them all on, like, working with the Brotherhood as outlaws, trying to get to the top. And Roslyn could be there. Roslyn could die during that breakout, or she could just be like biding her time. You know, I get the sense that her baby's going to be fine. You know, it feels like it would be weird for her baby to die. Like, I feel like her baby is going to be the new Lord Tully. Is what I'm thinking. And what's, again, one of the things where, like, 5-year time skip, it would be a 5-year-old, it would be a kid. It would be confirmed whether it's a boy or a girl, and yeah, interesting. Anyway, I think Roslyn's child will survive. Roslyn could die, though. Roslyn could die. Stoneheart kills Roslyn. Oh, I could see that, actually. That would be really dark. That would be really dark. I could see that. Like, you're a Frey. I don't care. You're a fucking Frey. And then, yeah. To show how she's fully too far gone. Edmure having a daughter and naming her cat is actually really cute. Yeah, Nick, it's still going. You better believe it. We've done the tier list. We're just we're looking at the fate of the interesting Freys, like what's going to happen to them. Next up, Walton Frey. And I'll wait to see if we have any interesting comments on Roslyn, but yeah. Walton Frey, I can't talk about this. I think, and it's weird that he hasn't shown up, even though he's like very close in line to taking the fucking twins. I think I could see a situation of Walton being like, I'm the true heir, Edwin and Blackwalder, fuck off, I'm the heir, please support me, Vale. And he has Waynwood and Harding support because of his marriages. So, hey, Lord Walton of the twins, I wouldn't rule it out. I would not rule it out. Roslyn will kill Lady Stoneheart. That doesn't really narratively make sense. I don't think Roslyn being the one really makes sense. Okay, who the fuck's this guy? Oh, Tywin Frey. Oh, right. Oh, okay, so, Aemon and his grandson are dead. Like, Aemon and... If there's a red wedding, it's going to be a Lannister Frey wedding. Not a Lannister Frey wedding, sorry. Yeah. Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is, right? Yes. Oh, I almost forgot. I forgot to say this in my video, yes. Davin Lannister is marrying a Frey, right? So there's the Lannister bastard Joy Hill is being betrothed to a Frey bastard. And I mentioned that in the video. But I forgot to mention, Davin Lannister is going to marry a Frey of his choosing. And we don't know who that is yet. But the implication is you're going to have Davin, a Lannister, a Frey woman. It's probably going to be in Riverrun. And Riverrun will be where if there is a Red Wedding 2, that's where the massacre will take place. And it'll be the Brotherhood breaking in and going ham. And it'll be like, Aemond's gonna fucking die. His grandson Tyrion's gonna die. All the Lannisters, probably Jenna, right? They're all gonna get fucking massacred. It feels like it needs to be a point of view chapter. Like, you don't want to hear that this happened off screen, but also, whose eyes are you going to see this through, you know? Because Brienne and Jaime aren't going to fucking take part. I've seen some theories like, Jaime will take part in... Jaime's not... What, kill his own fucking... No, that's ridiculous. But yeah, they're all going to be... And again, all the Freys who attend... what I'm thinking is the first... We're going to have Freys being hanged, assassinated, maybe politically... eaten by wolves, but the big major massacre could be Red Wedding 2, and then that sparks civil war. Because like all George needs to do is put in specific Freys who are the perfect people you want to kill off to create maximum chaos in terms of succession crisis. But I think Aemon and the Lannister branch are dead, and I think, you know, we don't like Aemon, but we like Jenna, and Jenna dying will be a big gut punch in terms of, oh fuck yeah, vengeance is costly, because Jenna did nothing wrong. And she definitely didn't cheat on her husband. Yeah. Aemon will get red wedded, most likely. I agree. Yeah, ironic since he's one of the few Freys who never betrayed the son. I know, right? Like, that's why I think it'll be. That's why I don't see the red wedding 2. Let me try that again. I don't see the Red Wedding 2 as being this super like cheesy thing where it's like, hey, it's a red wedding, but now it's against the bad guys. Like, I think it needs to be horrific and dark and brutal, more brutal than the first red wedding, and against lots of innocent people. It needs to be like, yeah, sure, Cuntius Frey died, and that's satisfying, but what about this child who's being fucking butchered? Or what about Jenna Lannister, who we like? Or what about Aemon, who actually hasn't really done anything wrong, apart from be a wimp? You know, it needs to be like, oh no, vengeance comes at a price. That would be more satisfying for me, I think. It's been 4 hours. Screw you, coward. Get out of here if you can't handle the 4 hours. I'm joking. It's past midnight for me, actually, so I need to lower my voice. Maybe. This was over quite a while ago, but I decided to do this for you because you guys wanted to do the fate of the Freys, so why not? Yeah. In my head, Aemon's death is like death by arrow through the neck, because George like specifically mentions how he not only does he have no chin, but like he has a really prominent Adam's apple that like bobbles up and down, and for some reason I have it in my head that Red Wedding 2, he's just going to get an arrow right through the fucking Adam's apple, you know. Punctured apple. There'll be some line about a punctured apple. What if the twins were made to collapse? I don't know how you would do that, though. The twins are like... They are two massive castles. You know, it's not like some small fort. They are like two big towers. Two big castles connected by a big stone bridge. I don't know if you could rig that to collapse outside of... Unless there was like a giant like tidal wave, or if there were explosives. But as far as we're aware, gunpowder doesn't exist in Westeros or anywhere. Or my bad, a dragon. Yeah, a second dragon hit the south twin. Yeah, my apologies. There could be a dragon 9/11 against the twins. That is true. I forgot. A wildfire. Yes, you're completely correct. I was like, there's no explosive device. Wildfire. You could rig the bridge with wildfire and blow it up, I guess. But why? Who would do that and why? I don't know if the outlaws could quite have access to like lots of caches of wildfire. You insane yet? Yes, I think at this point I am. I've reached the Zen level of insanity where like I'm just embracing it. Edwin, I think Edwin... I didn't have these in a sensible order, I do have to admit. I think Edwin's going to be killed by Blackwater. There's no way. They might kill each other, but Edwin is absolutely being killed by Blackwater. Right, I don't know if it'll be a case of like Blackwater is helping the Brotherhood discover, because Edwin accuses Blackwater of being responsible for Ryman's death, implying that he's like contacting the Brotherhood, being like, "Hey, I can give you the names of people, and not names, but I can tell you where they're going in advance, so that you can catch them and hang them, and in return, leave me alone, and I'm gonna have you murder people so that I can get make my way through the line of succession." I think he could do that, or he could just full on, oh no, Edmure died, Edmure was poisoned, Edmure was fucking strangled. Sorry, not Edmure, Edwin. Edwin is dead. He's a dead man. What do we think? Yeah, I think he's dead. Sept and Lucian, I threw him in there for banter. What do we think's going to happen to Sept and Lucian? He I don't know, like, if... Let's say the Faith Militant are taken care of and purged, and then young Griff takes King's Landing, which I think he will. You're going to need a new High Septon. You're going to need some more elections. Boom. High Septon Lucian Frey. We're going to see it. Or he will get, like, killed by the Zealots, maybe. I can see that happening. Hostine. I think Hostine's death is obvious. He is going to fight in the Battle of Ice against Stannis, and as the Night Lamp theory predicts, he's going to march his men, charge across the Icy Lake, because he doesn't know where he's going, because it's blocked by the blizzard, and the Icy Lake is going to be full of holes, and they're all going to fall in the holes, and the whole thing's just going to collapse, and I think he's going to drown in the ice, in the icy waters. Or he'll be cut down, or whatever, maybe personally killed by Stannis, but Hostine is a dead man. There's no way that Battle of Ice is a loss for Stannis. That would be bizarre, narratively. Although you could also argue it would be bizarre narratively to build up to several major battles and push them all into the next book and then not release that book. Reminder that we have not had a complete story since Storm of Swords, because Feast for Crows and Dance for Dragons are one big story split apart chronologically without an ending because all the battles were moved into wins. So anyway, Septon Lucian fights Robert Strong. That's quite funny. He is the champion of the faith. He's just this, like, old weasel man. Bold to assume the swords and stars will be purged. I mean, maybe young Griff works with them, actually. Maybe he, like, embraces them. I don't know. All I know is young Griff is definitely defeating Cersei and taking over King's Landing. Otherwise, he's not losing... He's not failing the invasion. Otherwise, he's pointless. He's a pointless character. Lucian becoming High Septon? I agree. I agree with Simply Dark. Either he's an ex-High Septon or he's dead. There's no point in just having a Frey Septon who does nothing. Like, either give him a cool death or whatever. Thank you for the super chat from DRT is King, who says, something that's bothered me with what was Gurm's reason out of universe for the title of Onion Knight for Davos. There's a pattern in Japan of onion... Wait, let me read. I think I read that super chat in a weird intonation. Okay, something that has bothered me was what was Gurm's reason out of universe of the title of Onion Knight for Davos. Right, I misread it that first time. But so what was his out of universe reason for calling Davos the Onion Knight? There's a pattern in Japan of Onion Knight in stories of humble origins and great potential. I didn't know that. So. Okay, so do you think that Gurm learned about the stories of Onion Knights? So presumably, that would be samurai of peasant origins rising up high or something like that, and reaching great potential, and was like, oh, let's do a similar thing for Davos, and maybe he takes inspiration from everywhere, from real life history, as well as famous fantasy books. Like, I'm reading Dragonbone Chair, and I'm definitely going to do a video about it. It will probably be called, Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones, or the trilogy that inspired Game of Thrones. It is shocking how close certain elements are. I'm like, when a red meteor came overhead to signal like a big shift in kind of not just the like geopolitical landscape, but also like magical. I was like, oh my, he literally just took the red comet coming across the sky. Like, really? Like, the others are literally a race in the Dragonbone Chair, like the icy elfy boys from the north coming south, literally from Dragonbone Chair. Like, this man. Oh, okay, my tab crashed, my stream has not crashed. We're still going strong. I feel like the stream is the stream is reflecting my mental state. Is the stream still going? I have no idea. I feel like I might have crashed. This is the third time I've said I may have crashed. I'm close to the end anyway. It doesn't matter if I've probably not. To confirm it's you. Oh, what? Go away. I'm still live. Oh my god, I'm still live. How am I? I'm genuinely losing my mind, and it's not the Freys, it's my fucking PC. Am I still here? Am I still... Okay, yeah, I'm still live. Sure, why not? How's it going, everyone? Oh yeah, Lamore for High Scepter. Hell yeah. The MILF Scepter. Yes, but yes, I'll look into that. I'll look into the Onion Knights in Japanese mythology lore stories. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's very generous. Okay, so Raymond Frey. This is an interest. Oh wait, no, actually, let's leave Raymond Frey for last. A Bastard Walder. So what's happening to Bastard Walder? He's a gruff bastard. He hates that he's a bastard. He hates everyone who isn't. Blah blah blah. He was a big part of the Red Wedding. What is his death? What do we think? So I guess the question is he part of the Civil War, and who's he siding with? Because I don't think he fucking likes anyone, right? Like, it's established that he doesn't like anyone. There we go. Yeah, we're still going. The stream's still going. Don't worry. I can see him being hanged. I can see him being one of the, like, because he's the guy who dispenses justice in the Frey lands. He sends Chet to the Night's Watch. I can see Bastard Walder, like, riding around looking for the Freys and then getting captured and hanged because he, like, literally took part in it. I don't know, maybe he's one of the outriders who's gonna, because we have the pack of wolves and it's being teased. I think it's like, it's not even a theory. It's like it's basically like accepted fact that we're gonna have, on top of the outlaw hangings and everything, that we're gonna have Nymeria's wolf pack eat at least one Frey. At least one Frey. Dawson Sanderson said, "I just joined the stream. Holy cow! How long did it take you to create all these characters?" I mean, have you seen my Every Frey Explained? I didn't just have to make all of these characters. I had to make all the complementary characters. You know, characters they talk to, that they fight, that they kill, etc. And then I had to do various versions. So, for example, I have like 3 versions of Hostine: one in armor, one in casual clothing, one with frostbite, etc. So I had to do multiple versions of a lot of them, and then of course different versions with different facial expressions. So by the time I finished the art, I'd drawn over 350 drawings of the Frey video, and then I had to make a few more while I was animating in terms of facial expression. So I don't know what the count is, but probably like I've probably drawn 400 to 500 pieces of art just for that one 40-minute video. Dawson says not yet. You're gonna love it. It's 40 minutes. It's a beautiful video. You're gonna love it. Yeah, I think Bastard Walder gives me like hanged by the brother. I can't see him picking a faction necessarily, so hanged by the Brotherhood vibe. And then finally, to wrap up this live stream that should have been ranking Freys and then turned into an unnecessarily long tangent at the end about the fate of the Freys, we have Raymond Frey, so of course, the man who killed Catelyn. Is it too obvious? Oh yeah, Crossfire in the chat saying this doesn't even include the Frey spouses. You're right, it doesn't. Is it too obvious that Raymond gets killed by Lady Stoneheart? You know what I'm saying? It feels like a bit like Lady Stoneheart hanging Peter Pimple and Merritt Frey, who are just kind of like the pathetic Freys who like didn't really do anything during the Red Wedding, are still guilty, but like didn't really do much. Like that, there's something kind of fun about that, about how like brutal the justice is against 2 characters who aren't even the worst. I feel like the Brotherhood capturing and killing Raymond is too obvious. It's like, I don't know, I think he needs a different out, you know? Although that being said, Lady Stoneheart interacting with the man who killed her would be fucking badass. Like, yeah, what am I talking about? That would be cool. That would be cool. What do you think about Raymond? I don't know. But yeah, while you're massacred by wolves, yeah. Oh, massacred by wolves would be a fun one in terms of he kills Lady Stark and then dire wolves take care of him, you know. One Frey has to just mysteriously disappear. Yeah, he's called fucking Aegon Bloodborne. I kind of think one evil Frey has to live, by the way. Like, I'm thinking at the end of the season, the end of the series, there need to be bad characters who are still alive. Either still alive or in some kind of position of power. Maybe even if it's just one or two. But there need to be some bad guys still alive. You can't have every single villain die, I think. I think the same for the Freys. There should be at least one Frey who we know is a villain, a scumbag, who, like, makes it to the end. Arya killing him? Maybe. But again, you'd have to navigate how Arya comes back and when, etc., etc. Okay, anyway, I think it's time to wrap up the live stream. I went for way too long. That final section, I don't know why I decided to do that last bit, the Fates bit. I didn't need to do that, and now it's really fucking late. Okay, so quick end of stream rundown. Oh, let me just double check, make sure I haven't missed any super chats. End of stream rundown. Oh, I missed one. Thank you for the super chat from Kelly Johnson, who asked, will Little Walder inherit the Frey seat? Okay, we have talked about that. We think it's possible. You mean Big Walder? Little Walder's dead. Big Walder is the small one. It's possible, but not due to people ahead of him in the line of succession dying, because there's too many. There's like 50. But more likely by marrying the female heir to the twins, who will probably be Edwin's daughter. That's what I think. Yeah, so there we go. There's a ridiculous live stream. Thank you so much for your support, for your super chats. Streams I'm going to do this week, I want to do looking at Frey theories in more detail, the Frey theory iceberg, maybe tomorrow, and Frey Smash or Pass, which hopefully will be shorter than this live stream. If you want to support the channel, like and subscribe. I've got a merch store for like t-shirts, mugs, hoodies, beanies, that kind of stuff. I'm going to do revamp merch because my merch is currently like very Fantasy Haven oriented in terms of like my logo and so on. But I might do some merch that's like just cool fantasy looking merch that isn't necessarily... Not everyone wants like my face on their t-shirt, they just want a cool design, right? So I might just make some cooler designs. And I have a Patreon if you want to join the Patreon Discord. And, the History of House Dane, extended History of House Royce, exclusive cooking video, some posters, some art commissions, all kind of stuff. But yeah, that's only if you want to. But yeah, every Frey is out. That was the magnum opus. I'm gonna reform my channel. I'm gonna post more frequently. Diversify the kind of fantasy stories I'm talking about. Diversify the kind of video. I don't just want to do animation. I want to do some more so that I can get more frequent content out. And I'm even reaching out to different agencies to like, sort out sponsors and stuff. So it's looking pretty awesome. Fantasy Haven has only just begun. We're on the road to 100k subscribers. 2025, 100k subscribers. We got this. Anyway, love you all. You're all amazing. And how do I end the stream? There we go. Bye, everyone. Stay Frey. Happy Frey, everyone. Happy Frey Day.